So, uh, I was kind of sitting here waiting to start, but Arena's being very broken. But I've given up waiting, so I at least want to just chill for now. Basically, the arena servers are properly getting dicked by everyone trying to do the event, I guess. So, you know, that's good. Excuse me. But yeah. Kind of causing issue. Let's see if there's a Magic the Gathering arena account, like MTG Arena Twitter account. Are they saying anything? We are currently experiencing an issue with the Magic the Gathering arena and we are investigating. We will update when we have more information. That was 1 hour ago. It's a good sign. That's a good sign. Oh, okay. Hold on, let me pull it up so you can see it yourself, but pretty silly. Pretty silly, if I do say so myself. Let's see. Magic the Gathering Arena. Magic the Gathering Arena. This is what we see. Investigating. Okay. Internal server error. Gotta love the waste of money for entering a tournament and not being able to finish. Apparently things have gotten worse, so that's great. That's good news. I wonder what they're gonna do. It's crazy that like you wouldn't have a like when you know there's a big event that's going to be happening and you wouldn't have like an auto scale sort of system ready to go. But no, everything's just broken. Okay, that's good. That's good. You know what's a good idea actually? We should see let's go to Twitch. Let's go to Twitch and see what else is going on in the arena, the Magic section. See if everyone is actually stuck, or if it's just me. I imagine it's a lot of folks. Magic the Gathering. Let's see. Oh, there's actually people playing. It's just I'm unlucky. Nice, nice. Oh, this guy's stuck waiting over here. Hold on, I'll make myself smaller. This guy over here, above my head here, is waiting. Who else is waiting? This guy's waiting, this person's waiting, this person's waiting. It's a good amount of people playing though. Good amount of people not stuck. Anyway. I haven't even, it's not that I haven't even loaded into a match. I haven't even loaded to the main fucking menu. That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. So that's great. I don't know what I'm supposed to. What am I supposed to just keep? Wizards customer support. Let's see. Let's see. It's a good song. They did maintenance earlier this week, huh? This thing is gaining many replies very quickly. This guy was a rookie of the year. How can we file for reimbursement? Been waiting over 30 minutes, no longer willing to wait. That's fair. Jesus Christ. Thanks for testing out your shirt. MTGA probably could have run it better, to be honest. I wondered, like... It's, like, pretty bad. I mean, I'm not even... It's been... How long have I been live? Been before... It's been over 10 minutes, because I was waiting to log in before the stream even started. Not looking great. Not looking particularly great. So, that's cool, I guess. I wonder if... I guess what's the play here? I mean, not even just for myself, but like in terms of for Wizards themselves, like, do they just like plug their ears and go la 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 la, I can't hear people complaining, and then just whoever made it already makes it to day 2? Day 2 I assume will be fine because of only a certain amount of people will qualify and whatnot, but yeah, look at all these people. Jesus. 2.5 years after release, true. What's up, Afiko? So, bad news. Bad news? Servers are bonked. Now, I know I saw earlier that they were slow, but now I'm like, I can't, I've been at this screen, I haven't even gotten to the main menu. It's not that I've like entered an event or like ended a match, I can't even get to the main menu. What up, Elemental? So... No, not with a new update. It's just there's like everyone is trying to play and qualify for the event. Everyone's trying to qualify for the event, and I guess they're really dumb and didn't prepare for a lot of people to try to join a free event that they would win $2,000 in potentially. It's not a free event actually, but still, it's an open event. And, yeah. Yeah. Not good. I did close the game once already and reopen it to make sure, but lots of people are just saying stuck on the waiting for server screen and stuff, so it's not really worth me closing it again and opening it again and that kind of thing. This was tweeted an hour ago? No, almost 2 hours ago now. Hour and a half-ish. So, I suppose, let's think here. For a backup. Okay. Hear me out. Tell me if this is a bad idea. I'm thinking we could do showdown while we wait. Maybe? I don't know how long, like, I'm wondering what where the point is where I just don't even bother attempting anymore. Like, when do I, like, just say, fuck it, I'm not gonna even, like, attempt? It's kind of messed up, but if anything, I suppose I should be thankful because I haven't spent the in-game currency to enter the event yet. So there's lots of people that have entered this event already, spent their money or whatever, and now can't get into a game because of this issue. So in that sense, I suppose I should be thankful. But it still feels very, kind of scummy on their part. I mean, it's not like they're doing it on purpose, of course, but you would think that, dude, it's not a waiting queue. I haven't even, I'm not in the main menu yet. They literally haven't brought me to the main menu yet. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. There may be like a queue of some sort that they just aren't telling, right? Like there may be some sort of hidden thing like that where it says like, oh, waiting for server, there might not be a number, like there might be a real number, but it doesn't tell, or there just isn't a number because it's so broken. Not sure which, but I guess we change our title to waiting for server, trying to win $2,000. What else am I supposed to do, right? Let's see if Toby's around. Song's quiet. But yeah, I guess anyway, on the note I was saying, like, at what time do I decide, well, I'm not even gonna bother trying anymore? I don't know. I don't know when that would be. Or maybe I would have, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thought. How's everyone's Saturday been? My Saturday was pretty good so far, I suppose. Like, nothing crazy, interesting, or good happened necessarily, but there was certainly positives that occurred. The track was empty enough where I was able to do a workout, which is good, because last week I couldn't, because there was, like, the high school team was practicing or something, which I wasn't expecting. It was, it's been kind of cloudy most of the day. Second shot yesterday, so faded today. I haven't even gotten my first yet. I'm supposed to be getting my first next week. So, we'll see how that goes, I guess. It's funny, because I scheduled my appointment, and then, like, that day, later that day, or the next day, I saw a thing, like a post that was on, like, the Boston subreddit. I occasionally check there just in case like there's anything weird going on, and it basically said like, oh, CVS and maybe somewhere else are now doing appointments, like walk in at any time or something. I'm like, well, whatever, I already signed up for a thing, I'll wait. Yeah, so Stooner, here's the update. The update is that they have their game is bad and it's broken and won't load. What is that emote? Randall 26 Cash Money Tama. That is the longest emote. Jesus, longest emote name. So since the servers are broken because they're stupid, I was figuring we could play some Showdown with Toby while we wait and see what happens. If that's alright with you, Toby. I do still need, like I said, I think I said this in the I did say this in the pad channel. I need to unlock the last challenge thingy and the exploring stuff. This is interesting. I'm just gonna do it. It's so dumb that you can Thunder Wave a Togekiss, electric type. It's so annoying. Yeah. Blew through your salty bad luck on Showdown for magic? True. Yeah, I mean, I should have expected a switch, I guess, but... Whatever. Just unlock it? Okay. Toby recommended Karen in the Discord? Okay, I probably didn't see it yet. Wow, rude. Cool, cool. Interesting that he stayed in. I'm faster, right? Yeah. Neither of your accounts have the optimal SR, you know? Okay, okay. Nice. Well, now he knows his Swampert will die if he brings it in. Does he have something better for me? Because right now, this Ninetales can pretty much kill Swampert one hit, Sandslash probably one hit, and Bronzong one hit. So... I'll have to do that pad stuff later, or tomorrow, or something. Oh... Okay. Alright. Not enough. Maybe he was hoping that miss and then he puts it to sleep or something? Oh, I'm just hitting everything. Oh no. It's all coming apart for Toby. It's all falling apart. Ooh, crit. Ooh, crit. This one's over though. Does Ninetales get Grass Knot, or is it just usually Energy Ball? I feel like it's just usually Energy Ball, right? Now, do I get the one shot? I don't, actually. Well, damn. That sucks that you used all those other ones first, huh? I mean... Stealth Rock, nice. Yeah, that didn't go so well. I hit every Hypnosis. I hit the Hypnosis, and then I hit every Fire Blast. Yeah. Well, I have to switch out. Am I faster? No. Okay, if I was faster, maybe. If I was faster, maybe. Oh, it doesn't even have... Oh, God, I hate that moveset. What is that? Alright. I guess we go this. Or this. I like this better. Yeah, because resist. Double resist. Nice. Oh, not nice. That is a really shitty scissor though, isn't it? Also, of course, I could have done this or this. Both which have done, like, good damage. And I fucking did Super Fang, of all things. Trying to think what he's gonna have. Yeah, I feel like Super Fang makes sense there. Yeah, there's the Will-O-Wisp. Kind of figured it might be that. So I didn't want to run into that on a physical guy. Might as well do this one, it's stronger. Okay. Poison? No poison. No poison. Hmm. Hold on. Check. Nope. Check. Waiting for server. Okay. Huh. I guess. Well, he's gonna do Stealth Rock probably. I don't have many special attackers, which is unfortunate. Yeah, not too unsurprising. This still feels like a good switch either way. I mean, even if he does like return or double edge, it's not that bad. I'm still faster. Get my roost out. Yeah. Stealth Rock is bad, and then also this Mark Cargo is kind of annoying. Like it is, but it isn't, you know? I don't think he's gonna do Toxic. Because I have Gengar he already knows about. I feel like he's gonna do the fire move. Thing is, like, this isn't even that good against Mark Cargo either. Mag Cargo. Sorry. Yeah, I just don't really have much good against him besides, like, Earthquaking. Do I just do this again? It's a play on Cargo? S-Cargo? Yeah. You are not wrong. Thing is, the super effective move for that is gonna get kind of absorbed by him. Oh, thank God, I did it. I did it! Wow, that still did nothing. What the fuck? Why did that do no damage? What? That didn't do anything. Okay, well. Let's think. This kind of still resists both of those moves, so I guess I'll show this off for the first time. Also, of course, like, all of these guys that I have seem to have not nice. Nice. Got some crazy damage. This is like the worst scissor ever. I guess this has stab. So do that. Turn 1 wake. Bruh. Or turn 2 wake, rather. Scissors holding a life orb. Man, I kind of wish that did more damage, huh? We don't even know, like, if we knew, like, maybe 1 or 2 more of the team, I feel like I'd be fine bringing this out. The Stone Edge on Mag Cargo, maybe. I just really don't want that to get burned. Recover. Just gonna hypnosis something. Of course it misses. Cool, 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 very cool, very cool. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Alright, stabilize low. So the problem is we know that this move can kill, but he might switch. We got him. Still didn't kill. We got him on the switch and it still didn't kill. That's annoying. Okay, but now if we do this, that's probably okay. It's really not. but yeah, dude, it's like such a bad moveset. If only Entei was Flash Fire. Okay, that's good. That's good, that's good. Please don't have something that completely owns me here. Because having to switch out this Entei will suck. Because of rocks, and it's not a leftovers, it's a life orb. Crit sack. I missed a hypnosis though, forehead. Yeah, not like that matters. Wait. Oh! We've logged onto the main menu. Holy shit, we're on the main menu. Now let's check the store. And we're back. Do I do it? I don't need... So here's the thing. I don't need this Entei to kill the Leafeon. Like, Crobat and Houndoom can both do it. You know what I mean? I'm going for it. It's 4 times effective. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, 4 times effective. If he had brought out like if he had brought out like a Milotic, for example, then I would be in trouble. I guess I'm supposed to do HP Grass. Because that way I don't take the yeah, Rock's weak to grass. Weak Rock. Rock is weak to grass. Interesting. Oh, we speed tie. I'm just gonna E-speed then. Get in some damage. Maybe they might Ice Beam. Interesting. Okay.
Get back to work.
Ice Beam's gonna be good, but I am faster. Nice. Let's go, Crobat. Dude, Ice is a really bad type. Ice alone is really... Oh, fuck. Oh, jeez. Don't be Protect version, please. Nice. Oh, and Crobat being faster is actually so huge. Having one of the few Pokemon that are faster than it. Oh, I lived with 3! Oh. He kind of had to Sucker Punch there, though. So I don't blame him. But hold on. We might actually be able to play the game. But before we do, let's check this. Let's check this and this. We might actually be able to play the game we were intending to play today. Let's check customer support. They didn't say anything, but we did log in. Okay. So, hold on. Server's fucked for you? I just got in after waiting for, it's been like half an hour. I just got into the main menu. See, now I'm like not certain what I want to do. Like, I'm almost afraid of entering. Because I don't want my stuff to, I don't want like... Yeah, exactly. I'm like, don't want to enter because what if I can't get in any games before the time goes away, you know? That's concerning. Yeah. Does it do it on any game or only the arena opens? I was thinking as an idea to test. Play like a regular game, like just a regular game, not in the Arena Open, and then see how long it takes. I think I'm gonna do that. I think that's a good idea. I'm just gonna do a regular play match. Just gonna use this random, we'll just use a random black team, I guess. Random crappy black deck. Play that out, see how that goes. Close some tabs. Toby, I would say to stick around though, because we may have to uh-oh. We may still have issues, we'll see. We shall see. Have you already entered the event Universal, or have you been holding off on that? I'm kind of glad I hadn't entered yet, I will say. What is this? Oh god. Oh, nice. Let's see what's going on over there. What's going on over there? Oh, this looks miserable. That looks miserable. You're not even trying to play the event, just noob trying to play ranked? I'm also a noob, to be honest. Well, I'm not a noob, but I haven't, it's not like I've been playing. Is there a demerit to losing games in the tourney? So the way it works is like you entered the event, and you have to win. It's either you win 7 games or you lose, what is it, 2 or 3? Like whichever happens first. If you lose 3 games, you're out and have to retry again, or you win and you win 7 games and you qualify for day 2. It's one of those 2 options. I don't really care about that lady dying. My deck isn't actually a, they have this. Yeah, let's just end the turn. I'm still going to keep the title. I'm not going to change the title back yet, but yeah. We shall see. Just going to kill it. Get killed. I ain't trying to mess with that. I'm also gonna do this. Draw a card. It's Karn, you know that guy from Pad? Oh yeah, true. Yeah, Karn. I don't think a Johnny has a card in Pad. I'm pretty sure he doesn't. Karn's cool. Karn's a cool guy. Makes sense. Makes sense. Let's do this and then attack. This person's land screwed, so not really like we're looking to do some sort of actual intense stuff here anyway. We're kind of just playing because we want to finish the game and then see how long it takes to load back, but oh no. My thing. Attack. I guess I'll do this. Door to Nothingness of Nico Bolas. Which one? Which Nico Bolas? What does this thing do? Nicol Bolas? Well, that's a little annoying. I was gonna do that to you. But, oh well. Oh well. Let's attack with this. Obviously the, yeah. There's multiple Nicol Bolas. But yeah, this event, the way it works sooner is it's a sealed event, which sealed is when you get 6 packs of Magic the Gathering and you have to make a 40 card deck with that, counting lands. lands are included in that 40 number, and then you battle off. So it's like a variant of draft in a way. In a way. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna drain you for 6, and then I'm gonna attack with everybody, and you only have 2 blockers. They can't obliterate everyone, that's true. That's also why I'm entering it, because it's not, I don't have to, like, I don't play the game enough, nor do I spend money to actually have all the stuff you need to make a constructed deck. So this is something that I could do. So that's why I was considering streaming it at all, or even attempting it at all. But now we're waiting. Now we're waiting. So now we can do this. And there he is. All right. Back to Pokemans. Not an amazing start. I'm gonna do this and see what he does. I didn't even look at what I had. I just did this. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work for you. On the bright side, you should be able to finish Pokemon by the time the server connects. Yeah. Yep. What, you're trying to play, you've been doing standard ranked. What are you playing in standard ranked? Bruh, you really froze me with an ice beam? That's what we're doing? That's what we're doing? Oh god, now you're gonna have this, and you're gonna have the rock thing. Oh boy. Oh boy. He's gonna Mega Horn, and I'm gonna do this. And hopefully I don't die. He's most likely has, oh, he has Ice Punch, not Mega Horn. Interesting. Yeah, you're dead though. Nice. Coming back to Magic after playing Physical as a kid 20 years ago, so you're trying to recreate a white-black deck back then, which was Life Gain Control. Okay, okay. That's not great for me. I wonder... Let's try this. Ouch. I played a long time ago, and then I took a break. Explosion! Kill him, please. Yes! And then, so I played... I stopped playing kind of like when Dark Steel stuff came out. Somewhere around there. And then, this seems kind of good. And then, stopped then, came back for Shadows over Innistrad. Played that on paper and been playing since then, but usually I've only been doing like the pre-releases. And though I did go to a couple of drafts in store, and then oh, that didn't work out well for me because Skunk Tank is Dark type, so I should probably just switch out. Do I have anything with Earthquake? No. This has Earthquake, but can't Toxic it because it's Poison type. I don't know. The Flareon seems most useless, I guess, so I suppose that's what I'm going with. Though, yeah, the Flareon's kind of useless unless I used it to like Toxic Lugia or something, but the Rain being out kind of makes it not as useful. But anyway, yeah, I killed Kyogre. No. Yeah, came back during Shadows. Mainly went to only pre-releases. Did a couple drafts with friends. Did one draft or two drafts in store. Kind of was hoping for a burn. Instead, you poisoned me. That's totally fair. It's a fair thing to happen. Very cool. Okay. So what I did notice is that he didn't heal at all from that. So he's not doing leftovers. Seemed to be the only dude playing with more than 60 cards, but it's consistent enough and you like resistant to mill. Yeah, typically people make an effort to make sure they're only doing that one thing. God, what am I supposed to do with you? Maybe I wake up. Yeah, for my decks, I don't really care to do standard and whatnot. Like I said, I basically only end up doing drafts on Arena usually, if I do at all. Or I'll do like regular matches like I just did so that I, oh nice, we got back. So that I have coins to do drafts and stuff. I just don't have the, I don't play enough to warrant, that's 4 turns of Frozen, I think. It's cool. Doesn't feel like Hearthstone or Gwent to me when you're racing to narrow win condition, but might find out wrong once your rank goes up. Could be. Could be. This is silly. Thing is, he has Ice Punch, so this has Ice Beam, so I guess if I outraged... Yeah, the problem is this Jinx is just not good against Lugia. I guess Ice Beam. Victory Bell is kind of trash, but I can't send it in. I kind of have to do Dragonite, I feel like. I wish this was a Dragon Dancing Dragonite. Just gonna outrage, I think. Hopefully he doesn't have a Steel type, I guess. Okay. Okay, we weren't meant to win this game. Dude crits and poisons. Alright, sure. We were not meant to win this one, fellas. We were not meant to fucking win this game. It was not Scarfed, it was Life Orbed. When you do Outrage, you have to do it for like 2 or 3 turns. Like, you can't change it. That's part of it. That's part of why it's good. Part of why it has that is because it's so strong that like you are forced to do that. We just lose. We just lose here. Surely he just does anything and kills this. Yeah. We're done. Not gonna waste our time with that. No way we can beat that Slowbro. None of our moves are effective against it. Ice Beam's resisted, Psychic's resisted, and Focus Blast is resisted. That wasn't that long of a wait. I'm still concerned though, is my problem. Like, I like don't have faith that the game is going to not crash on me and everything. That's kind of the main issue, I guess. $13 hours on the timer. I mean, I don't want to take 13 hours to play 7 games, but yeah. It is a long time. You find closing the game and opening it makes it go faster. You just need to win one game and then hope the starver stalls? No, actually, that wouldn't help at all. You have to win 7 to get like a qualifying thingy. So it actually wouldn't help. Alright, whatever. Let's try it. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, that wasn't that bad. So this kind of describes it, Stooner. 13-hour charity stream. Sign up for this one-day event and get 7 wins before 3 losses. I'll move myself. Before 3 losses. If you get 7 wins with the deck, you get a qualification token thingy. Day 2 token. We'll have the 6 packs. I have a good amount of stuff. I've actually never used gems at all. I've only used coins or gold for stuff because that's what you can get for free. I also have a lot of vault progress, but whatever. Anyway, I think I also have I have 4 draft tokens too. Yeah, I've been stocking up, I guess. Let's fucking do it. We're in. My first sealed event. Claim prize. Just from playing. Yep. Okay, so I haven't done sealed in arena. I actually haven't done sealed of this set ever either, because usually sealed events cost gems, so then I don't do them. So first we should see what our rares are. Well, okay, on one hand, a lot of them are in the same color, so that's cool. On the other hand, a lot of them are bad, so that's not good. Like this one, Weather the Storm, gain 3 life. And then a rare land is usually not a good place. What does this do? Whoa, 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 what the Add a thing. Put a point counter on stadium. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, remove a point from stadium. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to an opponent, put a counter on Strixhaven thing. If this has 10 more counters on it, remove them all. Oh, so if this has 10 counters and I hit somebody, they lose. That seems like a complete bait thing. What is... So... a lot of these rares really aren't good for, like, anything right now. What does this one do? When this deals combat damage to a player, return target creature card with mana converted X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of damage it did. So this could bring back like a 3 mana creature if it hits. Okay. Counter target spell. If that spell is countered this way, put on top of its library instead of the graveyard. What does this one do? Discard a card. Also High Angel. Stadium could be good if you haven't gotten lucky. Yeah, I don't. So, I'm not gonna lie. I was hoping... I think, honestly, the best deck is either like a black-white one, splashing something, or a green-blue splashing something. Splashing, like Sultai. Or Teamer. Unless you got a really tight blue-red pool or something like that. And instead we got a bunch of red rares. Okay, so this guy, discard a card, draw a card. 4 and 1 red, tap. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a thing with mana 3 or less. Cast it without paying mana cost. Put all... That doesn't seem that amazing. It's okay. It's okay. What is this one? Double Strike. When this deals combat damage, you may cast an instant or sorcery from your graveyard without paying the mana cost. Okay, that's pretty good, if I can do that. The owner of target permanent shuffles it into its library, then reveals the top card. If it's a permanent, that's terrible. That's a terrible idea. That's not what we want to be doing. Whenever this attacks, pay 1, discard a card, draw a card. Whenever you discard 1 or more non-land cards, you may exile one of them from your graveyard. If you do, you may cast it. So, not that great, I guess, either. Phase looting, probably not great for what we're looking to do. So the only actual, like, maybe good things are this, and this. Yeah, conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Okay, let's take a look at the rest of everything. Wow. Wait, is that really our only white cards? That's crazy. There's only 4 white cards. Alright, well, I guess... Oh my god. Why do, we have a white, red, rare, and we have no white cards. Okay. That's cool. That's great. Fantastic. Awesome. I'm so happy with what I'm seeing. You can get a lot of consistency, if nothing else. Yeah, I guess. This card's really not that good. This card's good-ish. When you use reserve to scry one, draw a card. This card is meh. Till end of turn? No. Meh, meh. Ooh, this one's actually good. Serpentine Curd is actually good. This card's meh. So blue doesn't look that amazing either. What about black? 2 of those is decent. Decent. Meh. It's a learn card. Card when it reels their hand, you choose a non-land. Okay. 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 Tap land. Rise of Exodus is really good. Really, really good. This card's great. Just lose 3 times in mulligan. We kind of have some black-white things happening. What about red? Oh god, there's a lot of red cards. Ooh. There's a lot of, okay, this card's not good. This card's okay. This is bad. This is okay. This is actually probably good. This is good. This is whatever. Land. We have a lot of blue-red actually. Hold on. We might be saved by a decent blue-red deck here. It's a draw. It's like a draw card thing. Whenever you cast a thing, this can't be blocked that turn if it has lots of mana value. Okay, we have 2 of these too. Ooh, I'm liking the look of blue-red right now. Seems like our best option. Hold on, let me do like roughly grab some stuff. We'll roughly grab some stuff. Like that. Alright, what's this? Beginning of your end step to mill a card. If a land card was milled this way, you gain 1 life. Otherwise, it does 1 damage. Exile and 5. Create a 3/2. That's a maybe. Whenever you cast or copy an instant, that's fine. Ooh, nice. We got a lesson that makes a creature. That's good. Reconstruct history is pretty good if we had these cards are good if we have stuff that a way to cast them. What about our green? Not a lot of green. So what is going on? Not a lot of solo green, I guess. That's gonna work well with my rares. Yeah. Yeah. 2 professors, ley line. Target creature damage when this creature dies. Okay. One of the top. All right, shush, shush with that nonsense. This counts as a blue, but it's a lesson, so we don't want to take it out anyway. What about artifacts? Oh, okay. Or lessons. We got a good amount of lessons to get, so that's good. Environmental sciences. We're probably gonna play the archway. Maybe the cog. Probably not 2 cogs. Maybe the campus. Maybe a letter. Definitely wouldn't play 2. Okay, so let's. What is this? Is this mixed colors? Yeah. Okay, let's do this for a second. Let's look for our lessons. So those are all the lesson cards we have, apparently. Is that right? That sounds right, actually, yeah. That sounds right. What about learn, though? I don't know how many learn cards I have. I don't have many. Ooh, okay. We'll probably grab that. We'll grab that. It would be nice to be able to play this card, huh? It's a nice one. Okay. Let's go to this view for a second. Let's go to this view for a second, and then do red and blue cards. Or no, what do I want to do lands. Wait. How do I get lands that are not these? How do I get the lands that are not those? Well, I guess I just have to scroll. Okay, so we have a Quandrix, we have a... Damn, we don't have a red-white or a black-white. That sucks. Now we can splash a green card potentially if we want to, so we can look at that later. I would have much rather splashed like white to get our red-white rare. That'd be kind of nice. We have one Archway which can tap for any color, so that would be good. And then we'll have an Environmental Sciences which can grab anything. So that's I'm still considering being able to like go for that, I guess. Our red-white rare here. Splash, so in this sense you can think of it right now I'm trying to mainly do red and blue as my deck, right? A splash typically refers to when you're just giving a little splash of flavor by adding a card that is a third color into the deck. Not being like full red, white, blue, but like one or two cards that have white, so that way if they add enough, if they're powerful enough, you'll see, especially in Sealed, this is something you'll see often. Because Sealed is much more like rare heavy and whatnot, like what you open. So you're much more likely to see something like that where you might play something like that. Like, ooh, okay, I have this card that can tap for any color. I have this artifact that can tap for any color if I want to play it. Maybe those two, and having like card draw or the lesson, or what is it? This card, for example, has Learn, which would allow me to go grab Environmental Sciences, which would allow me to go grab a Plains if I put one Plains in my deck, which I probably would want to do that. Especially with a card like this. Return up to one target artifact card, one enchantment, one instant, one sorcery. And then imagine if I get to cast that card again if it's in the graveyard. Just get a lot of value and stuff. So we have something here. We got something here. Still don't think the frog is very good. He is a wizard. Probably would play that. Probably the Serpentine. So, okay. Usually, for a not constructed, a 40 card deck, usually around 23 playable cards, and then 17 lands is like kind of the average, but you can go below or higher depending on what you have for options. Like if I have like a bunch, like if my deck is almost all 2-drops and 3-drops, maybe I can make the land count a little lower because I'm not gonna have to have as many lands. That said, that's what I want to do. Okay, I'm still not that familiar with editing decks in an arena like this. Okay, so cards that I think I'm keeping: that, keep that, keep that, keep that. Probably worth keeping. Whenever you deal combat damage to a player, you may return target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Creature card. Well, how many creatures do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I probably am not playing the campus guide. 6, 7. That's not. I mean, if I can hit once, I bring back like up to 7 different creatures. I don't think I want 2 of these. We're really at like 25 cards because of this stuff. So here are my concerns. Maybe not concerns, but thoughts. Hold on, let me close some stuff because RAM usage is getting a little high. My computer is pretty old, so I gotta be careful here. Gotta be careful here. Make sure I ain't gonna be crashing or anything. Okay. Return up to 1. So, let's see. Red. This card is interesting to me. Beginning of your end step, mill a card. If it's a land, you gain 1 life. Otherwise... See, I don't know enough about the format to know if this card is a trap. Like, yes, I can get things back with this, and cast things with this. But I feel like I would be worried about milling, like running out of cards in my deck quickly. I am kind of on the aggressive side to some extent, I guess, but what does this guy do again? 3 mana or less? We're like we're like aggressive, kind of, but not really at the same time. We're kind of not, to be honest. I don't know what we are. We have a counterspell, semi-counterspell / bounce. Like, this thing copies spells, so that's cool. What's actually our, how do I check this? What's our spells count? Yeah, we don't even have, we have 10 spells in total right now, which is a decent amount. Obviously, copying something like this would be great, awesome, or this would be good. We're also gonna have our lesson cards and stuff. I don't think it's worth trying to fit this thing in. That feels a little scary. Would there be any other cards I want to fit in? I don't think Faithless Looting... Faithless Looting seems... Like, on one hand, it seems nice, because it's like, ooh, putting things in the graveyard if I want certain things in the graveyard. But I feel like it's a trap, because it is card disadvantage. What about green here for a second? Just to see what my green... Because I do have 2 green-blue lands. This card is pretty strong. Gets you lands. This card's also good. Though in my deck it's probably not that great because I don't have many... Well, we're also already doing white, so... If we're doing white, we shouldn't do the green. But would having the green instead be better? Oh, you actually can't. I can't get this back and loop it. Okay. But would having the green be better? I could get Quandrix Apprentice, which is pretty strong. It's really the only thing, I guess, or Devouring Tendrils, which is also pretty good. It's because it's not a fight. It's like a fight, but it's not really. It's like your creature just does the damage. I almost... We would definitely have the lands to cast those things. I know Quandrix Apprentice is really good. It helps you, like, you could just start getting lands out of your deck really quick. A lot of my spells are... Well... Do I really need the Blood Age General? I already have 1, 2, 3, 4 other 2-drops. I feel like I actually don't want that card. Maybe for now we'll stick with this in terms of colors, like not doing the green stuff, but what does this one do again? Counter target instant or sorcery. Search its controller's graveyard, hand, or library for any number of them and exile that player shuffles and then draws. That doesn't seem that good. Exile target. Well, that's a lesson, so we're not going to take that. Negate. Negate's probably better than average in this format because of Magecraft and everyone playing spells. I don't think a frog's worth getting. This doesn't seem worth getting. Yeah, I think this is kind of what we want to do. Sort of comes down to if we want to be trying to play the sloth. I don't think we want to play this or this. If we're splashing white, we would almost want to consider playing Rise. That seems like a lot, though. That seems like a lot. If we had a red-white land, I think I would be more willing to do that. But right now, we'll have this. We'll have 1 plains, and we'll have a the letter of acceptance. What plains do I use? The one with the dog? Hey, Vicious. Hey, Vicious. What's a really pretty plains? Oh, this one's pretty. Okay. So 1 plains we definitely want. Get rid of the lands. So we're really at 24, so we're gonna need to cut 1 more card, apparently. Is Memory Lapse even good? Counter target spell. If that spell is countered, put it on top of its owner's library. Is that even good for us? I don't know if that is good for us. I feel like it's not. I feel like I would almost rather just have negate. Serpentine Curve works better the more spells you have. It's a little bit of a non-bow with the exiling stuff I have going on, but we only have 2 big spells too. Guess that's okay. Do I want to change anything else? I don't think so. I think we gotta try this. How do you win 2K? You won a game, now back to Twitch for 5 minutes. It is really tempting to try and fit in the Rise of Extus. Or even the Expel. God. The Rise of Extus would be so nice to be able to play. It's just 2 white feels like that's going to be hard to get. We'll have 3 sources. We'll have Plains, Archway, and Acceptance. And I guess if you count Environmental Sciences, but you need 2. I think we'll try without it first and see how it goes. But I do need to take 1 more card out of this deck. This card seems really good, so I don't think I want to take that out. You win 2K by winning the games. I have to take out 1 more card, huh? Take out 1 more card. The heck do I take out? Whenever you discard 1 or more non-lands, you may exile 1 of them. In a way, that would kind of work cool with the Faithless Looting, but I don't think that's a good idea. What card am I gonna take out here? I mean, if I took out this card, maybe the Cog Workers? No, we kind of need that. We don't have any big dudes besides these, and even then, they're not huge. Effigy's okay. This card isn't really that great, is it? What are my lessons again? Do I have a way to make it bigger? Okay, I do. Because being a 3-1 is not that great, but if I put 2 counters on it, it's not the worst. How many learn cards do I have? 1, 2, 3. I have 3 learn cards. That's not that high of a count. It's a decent amount, but it's not that high. So I think that also makes me want to not do splashing the double white Rise of Extus. Feels like that's going to be hard to cast. Yeah. Okay. I would have loved to have like a shock or something. I feel like this waterfall area is just like not gonna be great. I don't know what I'm supposed to cut though. Trickster. Waterfall aerialist. Waterfall aerialist. Is that really what I'm doing? These two both seem pretty solid. Like, not amazing, but whatever. Maybe the Pledge Mage doesn't seem that great either. I feel like I'd rather have the Pledge Mage than the aerialist though. Okay. Take this out. Now let's get our lands. Suggest lands. Do I like your suggestions? Let's see. No, I don't like your suggestions. Take out 2 of these. And then let's go to this view so I can add the lands here. So we want, actually, hold on. We gotta count our reds and blues here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So there should be more reds than blues by a little bit. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 9, 15. So this would give us 8, 9, 10 red sources, 6, 7, 8 blue sources. I guess I could probably just go 9 and 9, right? Maybe. If I went 7 and 7, is this, hold on, this is 10, this is 17, okay. 17 lands, 8, 9, 10, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3. Maybe we just go even on the reds and the blues. Just do that. And that way we, because we're also gonna have the letter. This way we're 9 and 9. I think this is what we will try. I don't know how it's gonna go, but we're hoping to, here's how I'm thinking we're gonna go. Here's the plan. We're gonna play this, If we lose, I'll probably do another one. If we lose again, probably done. Probably only doing 2 attempts max. If we qualify, we qualify. If we don't, we don't. And if we qualify, that means I'm gonna be streaming that tomorrow. If we don't, it means I'm gonna be still streaming tomorrow, but not this. And I would say this is a good time for a stretch, but come on, you guys want to see a game. So we got to do a game at least. We at least have to do one game. And then while it tries to connect back to the server, then I'll do a stretch time. I'll do a stretch time then. Also a thank you to Toby earlier who helped out. I think we keep this. Yeah, we can play our cards. Seems like a good keep. Blue. Probably gonna play the Pledge Mage first. Maybe. I guess it depends on what they play first. Double. Oh boy. Okay. +1 +0. Let's play this first. Because if they have a kill spell, I think I would rather them kill the Apprentice. Whenever you cast an... Oh boy. That's problematic. That card's really good. No blocks. You lost the game. What's cooking over here? We finished our deck. And, they played a rare that's really fucking good. Is what happened. I'm just gonna permanent have a speller ability. Look at the top 3 cards. So let's attack, I guess. Next. And then let's play this. We'll lock that down. So if he wants to attack, he has to attack with the witch. But yeah, this card is really not good for me, because I don't have a way to kill it in my hand currently. I could bounce it, but then I have to pay 3 life, so it's probably not great either. He is 3 color. Rare land. And he has a dual card. Okay. That's cool. This card is kind of unbeatable in a way, unless you kill it pretty much right away. But I don't even think I have anything that, well, I do have stuff that would kill it, but not yet, that's for sure. Let's see. Look at the top 3 cards. Put 1 in your hand, put 1 on the bottom of your library. You may play exiled card this turn. I kind of want to hit my land drops. So I think I'm going to do this. I considered playing the other creature. Okay, so choose 1 to put into my hand. Definitely that. 1 into 1 on into the library. Exile. Play the exiled. And play creature. And then pass. Alright, that worked out well. That was kind of exactly what we wanted. That was kind of exactly what we wanted. Draw land, get to play our creature. Learn card's gonna be somewhat useful. I don't remember what my learn cards that I have are besides, okay. I'm hoping that all of these like he can boost it, but they all trade or something like that. I guess what I don't want is for him to, like, if I have to 2-for-1 to kill this thing, I'm okay with that. But if he gets to kill both and I don't kill it, then I feel very bad. Maybe it was worth waiting a turn, so I would have this up. Probably was worth waiting a turn, to be honest. Indestructible. So I'm okay with that. He gets to kill one thing, but doesn't get to kill both. So he's probably going to kill the Pledge Mage. So it's not the worst thing, but it's definitely not great. Deals 5 damage to any target. Look at the top 5 cards. Okay. So yeah, not looking good. Not looking good. This is looking good, though. I think I just need to do this. Take action. We don't care about the apprentice. We do that. We kill him. Don't have another one. Don't have another way to live. Please don't have another way to live. I'm gonna be so mad at you if you do. ARPB. Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. That's okay. That's okay. I was worried he was going to have some way to protect the creature, and then I was going to be very, very worried. But this, I mean, it's not great, right? He gets to draw a bunch of cards, but... And he gets rid of me learning, which is pretty big, but... We'll hold off. He's still in a better... They are. I'm assuming it's a he because Leo, but... Leo is usually a guy's name, but... Kind of have to block here. Okay. They gotta have something to play here. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Maybe play Rutha next turn. If we draw planes, probably play this next turn. We did not draw planes. Okay. We're gonna do the thing where we hopefully hit a land. Okay, put one into my hand. Honestly, probably the Fuming Effigy. Put this back in the deck. This in exile. Play a land. Then play Rutha. Okay. Okay. I can block things. Maybe he has a way to kill it. When this dies, if it had a counter on it, draw a card. Okay. It is interesting if he doesn't attack with Pilgrim. I feel like he just should attack with the Pilgrim. Let's think here. I block this and it doesn't really change anything, right? I think I would do this because if he did have a pump spell, I'd rather him have something that puts counters on that instead of whatever else. Okay. Sure. That wouldn't have really changed much. So, oh, never mind. That changes a lot. Because this thing's back now. Tap land, not great. Even if I do this when he casts it, I'm still screwed, so... Let's see... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's play... this. Oh, that thing has flying? God damn. Oh, I just lose. Because he attacks with this and then he plays that and I can't even do anything to it because... I just kind of lose, don't I? I just kind of lose, don't I? I think I have to pass. That is something I could do. Pass to attackers. Okay, so here's what we're doing. Pass to blocks. Block. Full control. We're gonna do a thing. They're thinking. Okay. 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 Copy this. Auto pay. Resolve. I still think we're losing, but this will get us to learn twice. Resolve. Okay. Okay. We need environmental sciences for 1. Submit 1. And then for the other one, we need probably the introduction to Annihilation. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's still really, really bad. We pretty much still lose, but they, because they're gonna have like 4 creatures or more, and I'm gonna have none. So, still not good. Still not a good thing. There's the planes. Okay, let's see. So we have 7 lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're at 5. So we have to be able to stop 2 things. Play this and this. Play this and this. We could play Ruth. Yeah, okay. Here's what we're doing. We're doing this. And we're doing this. I assume we're gonna dine. But we'll see. If they have pretty much anything, we lose. Like if they have any kill spell or anything, we pretty much lose. Now one thing we can do to get our life higher before having to pay 3 and to kill this is Rutha Environmental Sciences for 2. But instead we're going to try blocking. So we're going to block. Doesn't really matter. We just kind of... Oh, this has Menace? Oh my god, it has Menace. No, we just lose anyway, don't we? Or we'll be... Yeah, we just lose. We just lose. That's so whack. Yeah, there's no way. That's so dumb, dude. Ugh, this card is so obnoxious. I didn't have anything for it early enough, so I just took too much. I mean, he didn't need to do that, but I was already dead to 2, 2, and 1. That was frustrating as hell. That was frustrating as hell. Okay, let's think. It did not go well for us, fellas. First game, first loss. Jeez. Practice round? I guess. What could have helped us is the question. Not really a whole lot, honestly. Not really a whole lot. This out, I mean, that would be cool. This card did great for us. We didn't play that. Negate, we didn't play that. Subtraction was great. If we got one of these bigger guys earlier maybe, or even Serpentine Curve. I think they were just a little bit too quick. You wish you could get back into the game after the match ends? Yeah, that was kind of surprising. Yeah, they were just kind of... I think it really was just came down to, if, when they attacked with the rare and then did that thing to, sacrifice it in the tokens to get to draw 3 cards, or whatever it was, 4 cards, that was kind of the game ender. I don't remember how he got the, he did something to get the rare card back in his hand. I don't remember what it was, though. But that obviously was also pretty game losing. What did he do to do that? What did Leo do to get that card back in his hand? I don't remember. I don't know. Okay. We did have this card in our hand from the beginning, which maybe we should have sacked it to make a token earlier. I feel like we were using our mana every turn, though, pretty much, so I don't think there was anything crazy there. I think they just had that really nice rare, and then I didn't have a way to kill it quicker, so I think we're just gonna go back into it. And then stretch break after, even though I said I was gonna stretch break now, but hopefully things go better this time. This will get us out of things, I think. Play the island, then archway, then we have all of our colors. It's probably okay. Don't be like red-white or something, I guess. Okay, well that's not a good... don't stop that. Red-black, that's interesting. That's interesting. Red, black. Okay. Is this an instant? It's a sorcery. I should have played this before playing the land, to be honest. Just gonna pass. I kind of wanted to see if they were stuck on lands. Okay, so they're red, white, black. I will let them attack first. I'm okay with that. If they pass, I'm okay with that too. Let's just do this. Slow down their tempo. Get to learn something. What do we want? We want a token. We want a sciences. Just get a bunch of lands. Do we want scry and draw two? Do we want a creature? Creature wouldn't be bad right now, to be honest. I think we maybe grab sciences for later. Okay, let's do this first. That way maybe we hit a red. We did. Okay, one of these into my hand. Oh, I want all of these cards. Oh gosh. Okay. Let's put... Well, I guess I have to choose one. Do I want the big mana card or the burn card? I think the burn card. I think this is too far away. So we're going to put this in my hand. This is going into the library. And this is going here. And then we'll play this land. Yeah. Yeah, he'll only attack with a 2/2. It's okay. Discard an island. A negate. An island. I almost thought about discarding negate, but I think there'll be a time for it to be good. So next turn I'll have 5 lands available, so I can play both of these cards, potentially. We will take that 2 damage. They'll gain 2. Now what? You may discard 2 cards if you do draw 3 cards. Okay. That's interesting. They're either need lands. Yeah, I think that means they need lands bad. Okay. Let's play the island. I almost want to actually, you know what? I think I'm just going to play both of the I'm going to play this guy. And then I'm just going to play sciences. And go grab a mountain. I considered playing the Pledge Mage, but I want to make land drops if I can here. Because next turn we'll have 6 mana, we can play the Cog if we want to. Coggers, Cog Champ, etc. Don't think it was worth trying to like use this on the leech. Think we want to save this burn card for a better creature. Four lands. Interestingly, they had like this regular black card, so I'm thinking that they're more white-black than they are red-white. But weird that this is the card they're splashing. That's interesting. I feel like that card's okay, but not amazing. If they attack with this leech, I think I just block. I think I'm okay with that. They are thinking. Put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of the library. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Ooh. We have the rare that can. Oh, it could play cards for free. That's kind of nice. I think I'm gonna play both of those. I want to get this thing out as soon as possible. I imagine they're not attacking, but we'll see. They do have a lot of life, but we are in a potentially powerful position, which is a lot of P's. But if this card hits, it can cast Environmental Sciences in iteration or bounce in iteration or something. I also have this if they play another creature. It kind of depends. There's a lot of possible options here. Ooh, they're playing that card that I almost played. Okay, so they're definitely going a little more grindy, but I wonder. I guess either they're hoping that I can't kill this in attack, or what would they have for a black and 2 white? That would be one. That would be one thing to do. That's unfortunate. That went from like this turn could be fucking sweet to oh. At this point, I think I am gonna kill his thing here. And we're gonna learn, and we're gonna grab Fractal Summoning. And then we're gonna attack. And then I think I'm gonna pass. Maybe I should have played Curve. Kind of thinking they're gonna play something I can negate, maybe. Would have been awesome to negate this, I think. He's got 1, 2 creatures that he can make into 3/2s. But if he wants to spend 5 mana to do that, that's their whole turn. Peter Gibbons here. So we'll see, we'll see. I got a lot of big boys potentially coming up. He doesn't know about these two, but he does know about summoning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so I can make a 5/5. Probably just gonna do that, I would think. Next turn, and then attack with the 3/3. They are taking their time though. The reason I was thinking to do negate, like leave up negate, is because then maybe I can have an extra thing in the graveyard to make the Serpentine Curve bigger. Serpentine Curve, wow, they just didn't do anything. That's interesting. Whenever you cast a copy of an instant or sorcery. Alright, let's... Well, they definitely won't have a counter. Do I just play the letter? I think that's okay. Just play the letter and chill. What are they doing? They're gonna make a token now? No, they didn't. Oh, now they are. So they really are just making tokens then. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Man, that sucks that they had that kill spell for this thing. We would have had a sweet turn. We do still have one way to get some stuff back, but... I do have to be concerned that this eventually will be doing damage to me whenever he doesn't mill a land card. So that's something to keep in mind, I guess, too. He's got a lot of cards, I got a lot of cards, he's got more cards. If he does absolutely nothing, I can scry with my campus card, which is why I was also willing to do this. Target creature blocks this turn if able. I kind of just don't want him to learn more than anything else. Mostly just didn't want him to learn, rather than anything else in particular. I didn't care really about the fact that he would attack, because I didn't block, but he doesn't have enough lands to... Ooh, Death Touch, okay. I was gonna say, he doesn't have enough lands to do like anything with the other stuff, but okay. Okay. 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He does kind of have some inevitability there, huh? So I am in a little bit of danger. I'm definitely in danger zone here. Even though I have like big dudes and whatnot, he's gonna be able to make a bunch of 3/2s. The only positive right now is that if they made a 3/2 now, he would still have to block with all three, or at least block with these guys. Next turn, I think I'm attacking with my big 7/7 and seeing if he blocks. Okay. Okay with that. Sure. Do you have a secondary spump? No. Okay. Alright, so they are really going in for damage then, huh? I'm gonna attack this turn because he doesn't know what's in my hand and he's tapped out. And I need to do damage. So I assume he's not gonna block. Then I can play my cog? No. Probably safer to play the Serpentine Curve number 2. Man, I wish this thing didn't get killed. that would have been nice. I could have popped off. Okay, they got their swamp. Okay, good. That was kind of lucky. Alright, play this first. Yes, play this first. Well, that sucks. Attack. They won't block. Swamp. Curve. End the turn. I think I'm just gonna draw with this Letter of Acceptance because I have plenty of land now. I feel like I'm gonna lose this game though. I feel like I'm not gonna be able to kill him quick enough. Wow. Of all the cards. Of all the cards they could have had. Of all the... Oh, and I just drew another land. That's so stupid. Okay. Oh, man. That's aggravating, fellas. That is fucking aggravating. They just attack with their 2/2 flyers and win. Come on. This pool is better than a 3 losses. Like, this pool is not that bad. They also milled a lot of lands, so they drew regular cards, which was nice for them. Okay, we need a fucking stretch break, though. That was miserable. Holy shit. Yep. That's how my life is. That's how my life is. Okay, I'm gonna pause this music for a second. Pause this music for a second. Can we? Let's see. Actually, let's just play the music and do a little stretch. No, we can watch a cereal time video. We can watch a cereal time video. Sure, why not? Cereal time video stretch break. Cereal time stretch break. Sure, why not?
What's up, cereal?
Who the fuck is Buckwheat?
About buckwheat cereal. This cereal was released by General Mills back in 1971. It was a fairly simple concept. Flakes made of wheat and buckwheat with a maple glaze to them. Now, I'm not an agricultural expert, but according to Wikipedia, buckwheat is a plant cultivated for its grain-like seeds. It's not really a wheat or a grass. It's more commonly related to sorrel or rhubarb. They consider it a pseudo-cereal because its seeds' culinary use are the same as cereals. Even though it's called buckwheat, it's actually gluten-free, so it can be eaten by those with wheat allergies or celiac disease, although it is quite often contaminated by wheat since it's usually processed alongside it. Now, cold, ready-to-eat breakfast cereals made with buckwheat have a heartier and rich taste to them. This buckwheat cereal was commonly compared to a darker, richer version of Frosted Flakes, or some people referred to it as a sticky Wheaties, which is probably a better comparison since Frosted Flakes are made of lighter corn. Anyway, here's an early commercial for buckwheats for when it first came out.
Buckwheat in the morning, let it flavor up your day. What a cereal, buckwheat and maple taste that New England breakfast taste. Let it flavor up.
I've never heard of this.
The New England flavor of buckwheat.
New England flavor? How have I never heard of this?
Buckwheat with all these important vitamins and minerals.
Buckwheat and maple taste. Let it flavor up your day.
Buckwheat.
So you can see they
Catchy
brag
song.
about the cereal's New England roots with that maple syrup flavor and the buckwheat. They also boast about the high nutrition of this cereal, which you can see clearly here on the front of this box as they plaster this high nutrition cereal right there on the front. You have the buckwheat's logo here, which has a little stalk of what looks like wheat, which is kind of weird since we already established that buckwheat isn't really a wheat. However, looking at the ingredients here, whole wheat is still listed as the first ingredient, so buckwheat plays a supporting role to that whole wheat. You can see what a bowl of this stuff looks like there on the front of the box, and it looks like there's some peaches there in that cereal. That's kind of an interesting topping. I mean, I love peaches, but usually you see like bananas or berries in the cereal on the front of the boxes. This box has a 10% coupon on the back. There's no fun prizes.
10% coupon? 10-cent coupon.
Something that's also evident from the back of the box here. You can see that once again they are touting the nutritional value of the cereal. No games or anything on the back. That's the easiest way to know who the cereal is aimed at. Nutrition facts means adults, games or activities, that's for kids. Now, I did find a box of buckwheats online that featured a prize or premium. Still not aimed at children, but kind of cool to see what they thought would entice the adult market. You can see this one offered a limited edition wildlife print by artist Les Kuba, specifically commissioned for buckwheat cereal. If you send in 2 proofs of purchase,
Who's Les Kuba?
$3.50, you can get an 18 by 22 print of this old mill buckwheat field. Now, I didn't know who Les Kuba was, so I had to look him up.
I didn't either.
He was known for popularizing wildlife art in the early 70s. I found a few versions of this print online, anywhere from $7 to $40. Speaking of bucks, there was plenty of commercials for this cereal in the 70s, but there was one in particular that had this catchy pass the buck jingle.
Give them the big, bold buckwheats taste at breakfast.
Pass the buck, pass the buck, pass the buckwheats.
Get your family into buckwheats. It's the only cereal made with buckwheat.
I love all the close-ups of the face. They're like so satisfied by the cereal.
A great tasting part of a complete breakfast. Pass the buckwheats.
Pass the buck, pass the buck, pass the buckwheats.
So this cereal lasted throughout the 70s, and I feel like it was pretty popular. But then
Never
at
heard
the
of
end
it.
of the decade, General Mills did the unthinkable and changed the recipe. You can see them promoting the new buckwheats in this commercial from 1980.
Of all the breakfast cereals on the market today, over 100 of them altogether, only a very few are high nutrition cereals. New buckwheats is one of them. And among the high nutrition cereals, only buckwheats has a great new touch of honey taste.
Nice touch.
So, for high nutrition and great taste, new buckwheats, the only high nutrition cereal with a touch of honey taste.
So it looks like they swapped out that maple syrup flavor for a honey
Oh, that's a
flavor.
mistake.
Apparently,
Maple
that
syrup's
didn't sit
better.
too well with people. I've read plenty of comments on the internet of people complaining about the change to the honey recipe and how it was inferior to the original maple syrup one. Not unlike the people who complained about the monster cereals being changed from that delicious oat recipe of the past to the corn recipe they use today. Now, I'm not sure if this change in buckwheat's recipe contributed to lower sales, but it was discontinued sometime between 1983 and 1985. Some people claim 83, but there's a Mr. Rogers episode from 1984 that still features some buckwheat cereals on shelves, which doesn't mean it wasn't already discontinued the year before, and those were just the last boxes on shelves. But without a confirmation from General Mills, I just can't be sure of the exact year. Now, unfortunately, I don't have an unopened box.
Man
of
does his
cereal, so I
research.
can't show you what the flakes look like. However, there is a cereal out there right now that might be able to replicate.
Man
the great
does his
taste of buckwheat.
research.
A company called Arrowhead Mills makes a handful of rather plain, healthy cereals, and one of them is called Maple Buckwheat Flakes.
Ooh.
Now, as you can see here, this one is completely gluten-free with no wheat. It's just buckwheat. It also has a lot of organic.
We'll get back to magic in a moment, don't worry.
It has organic maple syrup in there.
Stretching.
So technically, it's probably not the same as buckwheats, which use predominantly wheat flour. But for me, this seems like it's more in the spirit of what actual buckwheats should have tasted like. Let's open it up and take a look.
I've never
Here's
even
what
heard
rolled
of
maple
buckwheats before
buckwheat
today.
flakes from Arrowhead Mills looks like. You can see the flakes aren't actually that dark in color. They look crispier and lighter than Wheaties or Wheat Flakes cereals though. You can see they do have a little glaze to them, that's that maple syrup there. They say this is a low-fat, cholesterol-free, whole grain cereal that's reminiscent of grandma's buckwheat pancakes with maple syrup. Sounds like a winner to me.
That doesn't
Let's
sound like
introduce the
a
milk
real
we
thing. That doesn't sound like a real thing.
Screen. Second.
Grandma's
Those are some good flakes.
buckwheat
I really like the maple
pancakes.
flavor, and the flakes are crispier and sturdier than Frosted Flakes. You can taste the buckwheat there. It's kind of a unique and different flavor. I would probably add some raisins to this or some fresh fruit just to kick up the sweetness a little bit. I don't remember buckwheat cereal because I was too young when it was still on shelves, but I'm just going to pretend this maple buckwheat flakes is the rightful heir to the buckwheat's throne. This stuff is pretty good. I might have to add this to the weekly rotation.
He's got a rotation.
Alright, well that's going to do it for buckwheat cereal.
I kind of want to
Did you
try
eat
it.
this stuff back in the day? If so, let me know and share your memories down in the comments. As always, thank you for watching, and until next time,
Stay crunchy. Alright. We will resume Magic the Gathering, but I have to go pee first. Okay? So enjoy some tunes, will ya? And then we'll get sad by losing. So the question is, do I make changes? Jesus, this song goes in. The first game I just feel like I lost because they had that rare or whatever. Second game, why did we lose? Did we get run over? They had the 2/2 that attacked a couple times. I don't know, do I want to bring in like this random 2/3? A lot of my stuff is kind of small and trades off. I'm like wondering if I want the general or the vortex runner or maybe even the memory lapse just to slow things down. That's a lesson, it's a sorcery. Let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 drops, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 drops. Never drawn this guy yet. I've had the Arcanist. That makes a creature. I don't know. I don't know. I don't feel like anything's crazy here. The Vortex Runner does not seem that great. You've been able to play 3 games since you came into this channel. I assume that is not something you're happy about. Would I have been able to play Rise of Extus in both games? Let's think. The second game, definitely. Because I had the planes, and I had the, I had the artifact, and I had the Rainbow Land. The first game, I think I only would have had 1 light source. I don't know. I'm gonna try again, I guess. No, we lost. We lost, frustratingly so. Very frustratingly so. We had turned it around. We had like a 7-7 and an 8-8, and they had like a 2-2 on board. And then they played a mythic card that made 4 2-1 flyers, and we were at 6. Okay. I guess we lost. Like, it was just like, it went from like, okay, alright, I mean, I guess I just fucking lose. I don't, what am I supposed to do with that? This hand, oh my gosh. This hand gets owned by anything that goes fast, because it's just lands, land source. I mean, this will probably get us to draw at least one thing that is useful. I think we keep it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. They're on the play, and they mulliganed once, so that's, I guess, good. So next turn, play a land. Probably don't play that. Unless... yeah, probably don't play that. Okay. Yes. That's much better. That's much better. Okay, so we have that guy as well. That's nice, they get to draw a card. They're not gonna attack, obviously. So the question is, do I play a land and play the letter, or do I play this and play the land that I maybe get off of that? Probably just play the letter. Let's see, if I play this, play the land... no, probably just play this, play the letter, and pass. Because if I play this... when you discard a card, you may exile one of them. I don't think this counts as discarding, so that doesn't actually affect that. Death Touch! Okay. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass. They haven't been looting or whatever, rummaging with this guy, which makes me think they have cards they don't really want to get rid of. Oh, that's not good for me. That sucks. Well, this is actually a tough call. What would I learn for? Environmental sciences or something? Resolve. He's probably gonna take the masterpiece, maybe? I don't know. We'll let him choose. If he doesn't take the history, I can get whatever he discards back. Oh no, I guess he exiles it, so no. He might take the reconstruct, honestly. Yeah. That's also why. Figured, like, if he does that, then he's probably not going to want to attack. Yeah. Okay. If I get, yeah, do this, because that way I'll be able to get a land. And then play this after the fact. Ooh. One of these into my hand. This. And then this in the library. And then this in exile, and then play this. Okay, now he's gonna loot away stuff. That's fine. Two pretty big cards for him to not know about, so that's good. I'm a little sad I didn't get a land out of that, but I will block with the Conspiracy Theorist. I don't think he does much for me. If you have a pump spell, use it. Okay. What are you putting it on? Putting it on the Dean. That's okay. Yeah, I'll just do this and pass. I still have the arcane thing he knows about, so... That's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I draw any land, I can start playing this stuff, which is good. He might not think I can play the subtraction. He did not attack, okay. I think I just do this and target the Dean. Oh, that's so good for me. Look at the top 5. Put one of them into my hand. What do I want in my hand? First strike seems pretty useful. Now I attack with everything. Not really good options for him, but oh, okay, nice. Yeah, that's pretty big that he gets to do that. Sure. I will take that back though. Cool. Looking good so far, looking good. Ooh, discards 2 cards. Huh. And then exiles my library. Well, definitely this. If I want learn. No, I do this. Well, let's just play it and then attack. Grab him back. Yeah. Alright, we're on the board, finally. We're on the board, guys. Thank goodness. I would have been really sad if I didn't get one win at least. We're on the fucking board. Okay. Nice. I forget if I asked, have you just, oh yeah, you're using a white-black life gain control deck thing, that's right. Oh no, we're waiting. Well, that was pretty good. I guess he had a slowish start or something. I mean, we both kind of had slow starts, in a way. Still haven't gotten to do the thing with the rare where I get to play a super big spell again, but it did make him have to spend that card doing that, so. And the white-red rare actually did stuff too, so that's good to know that was actually still useful. And the fact that I had that white-red uncommon made it so he had to kind of make me discard that instead of discarding like some of my other cool spells. Yeah, you gotta keep this, I think. Ideally, would rather have 2 mountains than blues, but... Alright, that changes things. Next turn, play the War Singer. Alright, this is kind of good. I guess we play the... let's play the Pledge Mage first. Because that way when I play this next turn, then this will get boosted. Ooh, yeah, okay. That's interesting. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I should have played this first and then... Because if I get lands... Yeah, see. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. That was a mistake for a bunch of reasons, because now I can't even play that, the Dean. That was terrible. That was a bad play. Okay. Let's see. Let's play this. Tap the bear, attack. Then play the Dean afterwards. Oh man, I'm really annoyed that I made that mistake. That's pretty bad. Good damage. Because, yeah, I would have had an extra land, basically, for next turn, and then I would only be 1 away from my big ol' spells. Oof, alright, that's not great. Attack with the flyer. And then pass. Alright, I think they're doing better than I am. They have more cards, and they have a big dude. But I do have a flyer, and they're getting low. So if they don't have you know, something with reach soon. Okay, they get to scry 2, draw 2. Not bad. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Maybe I should have that card. How many wizards do I have? What is this? Wizard, Cleric, Shaman. I probably should have that card in my deck, actually. I might change that out after this. I don't think I block if he attacks with this 6/6. Target creature you control is fights. Target creature you don't control. Do I want to discard and draw? I don't think I do. Because if I play this and get to somehow attack through with it, then that's cool. You can't attack with the Professor now. I will not block that. I will scry. Yeah, I'll keep that. It's not exactly a land, but it will be pretty useful. Because if he attacks with this thing, I can weaken it. And if he attacks with the bear, that also triggers Pledge Mage. This is turning interesting. And I'll get to learn, so we'll see. I wonder if I would learn for an environmental sciences. Kind of wouldn't want to, because I already have my colors. It's just I need 2 lands to play these guys, but pass to attacks. Play this now, in case he has a counter. That went through very quick, which makes me think he does not have any responses. Do I want to draw? Scry 2 and draw, or just get a land? Or make a creature. I think we do this. Okay, past the blockers. This blocks this, this blocks this, this blocks this, this blocks this. Probably shouldn't have blocked with the Trickster, but... yeah, I actually definitely should not have blocked with the Trickster. Because I knew he didn't have anything, because he... Okay, that's pretty good. I don't want that. I really would just rather have a land. Okay. I guess play this first. I guess technically I don't really want that, but I'll take this. Because I'm not playing, I don't have any other cards to play really anyway. So then we'll play this before playing our land drop. Okay, well I'm putting that in my hand. This goes into the library. This goes into exile. That's okay. So we can get the Plarg back, potentially, if they don't have another big 7/7 type of a thing, but they probably will. And even this doesn't kill the 7/7. Okay. I don't think I really want to block with everything, but we kind of knew they couldn't have anything before anyway.
Look away from the screen. 20 seconds.
Thing is, if I block with, let's block with this, I guess. Let's block with this, because if they let us through with the War Slinger, we can get it back, because it's 3, potentially, if they don't block. I think that's okay. 4 land left. Do they have anything juicy? That sucks. That sucks. That's how I was gonna get stuff back. Mountain? I will take a mountain. I'll take a mountain. Then we'll have 7 mana. We can play our big ol' spells. We'll play Masterpieces first. And then pass. Double block the other thing. Obviously would have liked to still have my rare, but it is what it is. I got damage in early and then I've kind of been sitting here trying to survive. Okay, that's probably good sign. Ooh, that's not. Okay. Well, it's actually not the worst. Okay. It's not great, but it's not bad. Ooh, okay. I kind of want that, but hold on. So I can Creative Outburst to kill something and maybe draw a card. And then turn after that, play like Painter and the thing. This is an instant, huh? No, I think I just cast this now, though. It sucks that it's 5 damage, huh? It sucks that it's only 5. But I guess we do that. Draw a card. Well. That is an interesting set of decisions, isn't it? That is an interesting set of decisions, isn't it? This would be good to copy Serpentine. This would be good to get back the spells we already did. That's a sorcery. I think we do this. And then we pass. Oh boy, they're gonna make a giant fractal? What are they tapping for there? That was scary. Why did they just start tapping everything? Oh no. Why did they just start tapping everything? Oh no. Okay. Oh, never mind. I thought that was the one that bounced the thing and did some other stuff, but it was... Instead they draw a bunch of cards. Are they holding off? They are holding off. Okay. I kind of just want lands. I don't think I want that creature. Oh, but it's 1 or greater, so that doesn't work on those. Damn. Okay. Let's see. Would I rather Serpentine, History, Serpentine? Probably. Yeah. Yeah, I think I would. We're kind of at a stalemate here, and now I feel really bad about having my flyer die, because I think the game would be close to over by now, actually. I feel really stupid for that. I did not need to block with that flyer, man. That was such a game loser. If we lose this game, it's actually because of that. We would have killed them by now. We actually would have killed them by now. Yeah, that's pretty good. We actually would have killed them by now. They have 12 cards left. There's the flyer. Pass. Scry. I will keep that. I will keep that. And I will... What will I do? I have some... See, this is great and all, but this has no way of getting through, so it doesn't actually really matter for me to play this right now. I have 7 lands, huh? This can't really even kill anything useful. I guess we can use this to kill the, Let's do this first. And kill this, and then pay the 2. Pay 1, 2... Learn. Probably grab Fractal Summoning? None of these other things are really that great. I mean, making it a... Killing one of the things is good, but making a big token is also good. Yeah, I think we grab the Summoning. And then we pass. So, the question is, what am I going to do with the Reconstruction? I mean, Creative Outburst and Masterpiece seem pretty good to grab. Okay, nice. Oh, that's bad for me. Oh, that's real bad. Too bad I don't have this up. Oh, man. We're gonna lose this game now. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. We can block the 6/6 at least, if they attack with that. Don't have something for the 6 for the 3/4. Okay. Oh, come on. What is that? What is that? Okay. Hold on. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, jeez, Kingdom. No. I don't want to say it's a bad time, but it ain't looking good. I'll say that much. It ain't looking good. It is not looking too hot. I feel like I actually want this right now. How did things go for you though? Hopefully better than they're going for me right now. If only divide by 0 could do tokens, huh? Okay. So, land. We have 8 lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even if I double blocked this, he'd do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I would die. Oh, hello again. Let's think here. If I reconstruct history, then I have... Man, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Reconstruct history, grab Serpentine Curve? And something else? It's a mid-0. Instant. This. Sorcery. This. 0. Okay. We're still gonna just lose to them attacking, but... They just attack with everything they win. Yeah, unfortunately the Rutha was the... they have double Burying Books. Okay. They had 2 copies of Burying Books in their deck. Well, that was very annoying. Hopefully your games went better than mine just did. That was fucking frustrating. I thought we had that going in. I think we would have lost if I didn't make... I mean, I think we would have won if I didn't make that 1 punt. Damn. I am not the king of this MTG kingdom, unlike you perhaps are. Our deck was okay. It wasn't amazing, so I'm not too shocked that we didn't get there, but I do think this was better than a 1-3. I think this should have at least been a 3-3 kind of deck. Maybe a 2-3. I thought it was more of a 3-3 or a 4-3 just because we had a good range of lessons, couple potential combos that we never really got to do any of them. Yeah, that fucking sucked. Well, now I'm sad. Well, that was the first try, so, you know, it was never supposed to be the first try, right? It was never gonna be the first try. It's never on the first try. Alright, let's go. I don't know how many attempts I'm willing to do in total. At least 2 though, so we'll see. Back here. So the first thing I've been told to do is to check these usually. Wow, we didn't get like any extra rares, huh? But this one's pretty good. They may pay 2. If they don't, I may copy. That's pretty good. Flying. At the beginning of my upkeep, create a 1/1. That seems good. Prismari Command. 2 damage any target, draw 2, discard 2, create a treasure, destroy an artifact. Silver Quill Silencer enters the battlefield, choose a non-land. Whenever an opponent casts a spell with that, they lose 3 life and I draw a card. Chaos Warp is pretty much useless. Whenever an opponent activates an ability, it deals 1 damage. Semester's End. Exile creatures and stuff. Return them to the battlefield. Each of them gets an additional counter. Well, besides Witherbloom and Archaic, well, Archaic's just going in whatever color we're playing, but not a ton of rares guiding the way here. So let's go to this view. Not many white cards. Not many, basically no good white cards at all, except for Rescuer. Probably not doing that. Blue. Subtraction, I think, is good. There's 2 of them. Curates, whatever. Negate. Reject, Serpent. Snow Day. Ugh. Double Snow Day is useless. Agonizing Remorse is pretty good. Nice lesson. 2-drop, 2 learn cards. That card's fine. That card's fine. That card's whatever. Claim, meh. Claim works with the sacrifice card. Okay. This, whenever you're battlefield, put a 1/1 counter. That card we already saw. 3 heated debates? Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, that changed. That changed red from being like whatever to fuck pretty decent. Ardent Dust Speaker. I haven't even seen this card. You may put an instant or sorcery on the bottom. If you do, exile the top 2 cards. You may play them this turn. Huh. Okay. And then green. Oh, we have to play green. We have Cultivate. We have to play green. Look at these good green cards. Look at these good green cards. Okay. What about our multicolor cards though? Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or planeswalker. That's probably not going to do much. Killian. Okay. Inkling, Pledge Mage, Silencer, Spiteful. So we actually have some white-black stuff here. A little bit of white-black action. Seer's good. Summoning's a nice lesson. Ruthie is good. Rutha, teach by example, double. Whenever you gain life, put a counter on it. Damn, double Masterpiece? And double Prismari Campus? I don't want to go Prismari again. Good lesson. Triple Karok is kind of crazy. Splash. Double Pride Mage, Pledge Mage. Don't think this is worth putting in. Some nice stuff here potentially, but meh. Okay. What about... Alright, let's go here. What about colorless? We have 1 environmental sciences, a spell satchel. What is this? Whenever you cast a thing, put a thing on it, blah blah blah. That doesn't seem that great. Anatomy, so lesson wise, we have some good lessons. Fumes, summoning, sciences, anatomy. Yeah, that's pretty solid. These plus these and Inkling. Okay. I still don't think blue is worth doing, but black is worth doing. Black seems pretty deep. Black seems pretty deep for us here. And then maybe splash the blue for the Quandrix Apprentice / Aether Helix. I don't think I want these. Heated Debates would be nice. I don't think we have any good ways to play those off of lands, though. We have 2 Prismari campuses and 2 Lorehold campuses, both kind of useless. And we don't have that artifact either. Not having that artifact also sucks. The one that taps for anything. 3 Heated Debate would be so good though. Well, what would be better? Splashing for the Heated Debates or splashing for the blue? We don't really have a campus of either color that's useful, which would be nice to have that scribe, but you know, surprisingly, maybe I just ran into opponents that were all semi-aggro, except for the very last one. But all of my games have been, besides the very last one, were kind of on the shorter side. They kind of ran me down almost. Would I rather have blue for this and Quandrix? I do have a lot of spells. 1, 2, 3. Maybe I would only play one of these, but... Okay, gain 4 life. I never realized how doofy this guy's face is in this picture until now. Killian's your boy? Yeah, that makes sense. You're doing the white-black stuff. There isn't good white, so I'm not doing white-black. The really bad thing is that I don't have any dual lands that are helpful for me here. I think I do want to splash one color because I have Cultivate and I'll have Environmental Sciences. Well, actually, I don't want that. That's the wrong card. But the question is, so if I splash blue, it makes playing this card easier, but we have 2 green, it's fine. But we get this and we get this. The bouncing to permanent, I think, is better than it would be in other sets because there's a lot of token makers here in this set, like those giant serpents and shit. So the bounce is much better than the average set. But we could also have 3 copies of Heated Debate. 4 damage to any creature can't be countered, so that goes through Ward, for example. So we have Cultivate, and then we have Environmental Sciences as a lesson to go grab a land as well. I'm a little worried that we'll get run over again. A little worried about that. I mean, I have to cut cards anyway, but these do have lifelink, which helps. So that helps. I don't... Well, this would actually be pretty good with the Witherbloom guy making tokens and stuff, so... It's actually probably fine. My thought is that, like, this will help like, if I do have the red and I can cast them, it'll help slow things, like, kill stuff and make me not die so that I can get to the big boys over here. But those don't really kill things like the giant tokens. But maybe we don't... Do we care about the giant tokens? We kind of do. Would it be... Eh. This thing does get lands. How crazy would it be to splash red and blue? Would that be crazy? Would that be crazy?
Your screen, 20 seconds.
That red card is so... I have 3 copies of that red card. It's really strong. It's a really good card. Kills most things. Because it even kills the 4/4 tokens that people can make. The only ones that it really won't be able to kill would be the giant serpent ones, the whatever they're called. What are they called again? The fractals, not the vectors. Fractals. Vectors, okay. Yeah, I'm really torn between the red for the Heated Debates or the blue for these 2 things. Whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter. I don't think I want 2 of those. Cram Session. What does this look like? Hold on. So we have creatures. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have a lot of 4-drops, which is a little scary. A lot of 4-drops, so it's kind of worrying about getting ran over. I do have a lot of spells. Oh, man, I really want to play both red and blue. You just don't have any lands for it, is the problem. All we would have is Sciences. and cultivate. If we had that 2-mana uncommon green card that goes and grabs a land and puts it out into play, makes it a creature, I'd be much more confident in doing that. God, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe let's try this. Oh, I still have to take one card out. What card do I want to take out? Well, how many learn cards do I have? Hold on. 1, 2. Only have 2 learn cards. I think I want that other, what's that card from before? Where is it? 3. I think I want 3 learn cards, minimum. I don't think there's any other learn cards, right, that are good here. Yeah, I don't think I have any other learn cards, which isn't great. I have lots of lessons. Okay, yeah, I want those learn cards, so... Do I take out a Moldering? 1 Moldering's out. Snakeskin, Pledge Mage. Snakeskin can really screw people over sometimes, though, huh? And help me win a battle and stay alive, kind of. Tendrils, this, Cram Session. Like, this card is not that exciting, but I do need some creatures, so... Mage Duel, we want to keep, obviously. This, we want to keep this. I like the idea of having this because we do have a lot of ways to make tokens and stuff, but maybe he's just not worth it. Maybe he's just not worth it. And we don't have any lands we want to put in, right? Oh, that doesn't work. Can I filter to just lands? Why does that? Why can't I filter to land? Can I do that if I type a land? Oh, it does. Okay. Yeah. 2 Lorehold and 2 Prismari. Completely useless to me here. Pretty unlucky in that sense. Okay, we don't want 3. I don't even know if we want 2. We really only need 1. Like, maybe it's just worth having 2 anyway. But I was thinking, like, we have 2 ways to grab it with environmental sciences or cultivate, but maybe just having 2 is fine as well. We do have a lot of double pip. Well, not a lot, but a good amount. So let's see, this is 8 and 8, so I can have 1 more of a different color. I assume I have more black, but let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Actually, we might have more green versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So we do have more green. So we go +1, and we're at 40. It's just not in my mind to be greedy enough to Seth Killian. Not quite. It's not in my normal nature to be that greedy to get the red too. I really want to have the red, but I mean, if I had like 1 rainbow land or that artifact that can tap for any color, I think I would just straight up play the red as well with cultivate. Magic is fun. I love Magic the Gathering. Okay, we'll keep this, but this is still also silly. Imagine if I only had that 1 island I said, and I would have had that probably be a swamp. But we keep this, and I think honestly, just do that. We'll cultivate for a black, and we drew forest too. Cultivate for black, unless we draw black this turn. And the red-white, oh no. And the red-white. Awesome, awesome. Magic is a fun game. Okay, come on, come on. Okay, great. I almost like, do I play the 2/2 to slow him down? Or do I just cultivate? I think I just... See, I play this 3, put a land down 4, next turn's 5. I can't really do anything with 5. I think I just do this. Then next turn Karok, I guess. I mean, if he wants to use a kill spell on the leech, that's probably fine. I'd rather them do that than use it on the Karok. They're thinking about it. Oh, they used Urza's Rage. Okay, that I am glad that that happened. Surprisingly. Now it would have been kind of tempting to play this, but I think I want to get this out because lifelink and whatnot. If they have another way to kill a 3 damage thing, then like, all right, whatever. This will be able to stop the bird soon enough. Okay. Probably got to play the master this turn. This coming turn. Combat Professor is very obnoxious. Ooh, okay, okay, I see you. He did this wrong. He tapped it too early. I'll attack with the Karok. Play this, play this. Can you kill my 4/4s? Oh, he can make a creature not block? Oh no. Alright, well. Okay. This is silly. Alright, sure. I think I want to... Oh, he almost... Oh, he messed... He can do it after he declares attacks, if they want to. But they might not. They might not realize that. They wanted to do the target creature can't block thing. Oh, that's actually so important for me. That's so important that that happened. Unfortunately, we don't have 2 blacks, so we can't do that, can we? Let's do this first, because I don't know what else we have hanging out. I don't know what else we have hanging around. Let's see. So I can make a 2/1 summoning. That's not really going to do anything because Combat Professor's bigger. I think 1 damage to any target. That doesn't. I think we want to grab this, and I guess next turn we'll have to do it. Grab swamp. Swamp. Double swamp. I'm gonna hold back. They're gonna make my reach guy not able to block, but I want to at least make sure they tap all their stuff out before. Then that way I can swing on the other side with the 3/3 lifelink. What he doesn't know about this one. He knows about the necrotic fumes. Now he's gonna tap. Get in a bunch of damage. Nope. God damn it. Alright, now you do it. There you go. There you go. You got it. You got it. Okay. Interesting. I think exile target creature, planeswalker. Okay. I almost want to kill the hall monitor more than the other thing. +1/+0. I think we kill the hall monitor. Seems weird, but actually we can do it with this, I guess. That way I gain some life too. In case they have some team pump thing. Then do this. Gain more life. Okay, okay, maybe we're turning it around here. This song you're hearing, by the way, is a song that was for the prototype version of Mario Kart 64 called Super Mario Kart R. This was the initial menu screen, or whatever you want to call it, before that. Yeah, we want to kill him first. I think I'm okay with that. Maybe I should have just killed Combat Professor itself as well, but I think they're kind of stuck now. And I'm okay with them being stuck. This would be a nice time to have a campus, though. Start scrying and stuff. What does this do? Target creature you control deals damage to its power to target creature planeswalker you don't control. See, none of these are instants, which is kind of annoying. None of these are instants. If I attack... What does this do again? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you mean... I mean... I think I just hold off more. Ooh, okay, okay. Still doesn't really change anything yet, but it will make my own attacks a bit harder, I guess. That was interesting. I don't think it's worth me using this right now. I think actually I want to kill... Let's see, if I kill the Blood Age General, I still can't attack. If I kill the Blood Age General and the Apprentice next turn, or this turn, I guess, then I can attack kind of through these guys. So it's probably worth doing that. It just feels scary to do something like that. And then do tendrils. Pop those. I gain 2 life. Attack with these. Oh, thank God. Okay, we got a dub. We got a dub. Alright. Nice. I was a little worried about that one at the start with the mulligan and the mana situation, but turned it around. The Karok got there with the life gain. And the reach on that other dude was pretty important that time too, so that was good. That was good stuff. We got a W, Vicious. We did do one. 6:30, huh? Kind of a food time. Or at least give myself something to hold myself over with. What can I eat right now? Oh boy, waiting for server? You know what? Let me at least go pee while we're waiting. We made it back to the menu. Nice. Well, let's take a peek at the deck here first. Oh, I forgot to get something else, but... Wait, looking at the deck? Okay. Yeah, 2 Karoks. I like that. No, I like this right now, I think. I don't know how much I like the Pledge Mage. We haven't drawn it yet, but I'm just thinking about like what I have. A lot of my spells I was kind of cast pretty early, but we'll see. I think hit play and then I need to go grab something from the other room and then come back. I made it. What is with my mana? Why do I keep getting these 2 islands? Why do I keep getting these 2 islands, dude? What the fuck? I have to mulligan this, right? Yeah, I have to mulligan this. This isn't even that good. Even if I did have it. This is much better. This is much better. Probably put back the Witherbloom Pledge Mage? Or the Hunt? Probably the Pledge Mage. I'll be able to play the Quandrix Pledge Mage right away too. Okay, that's fine. You know what? Instead, I'm not gonna play my Hunt this turn. I'm gonna wait and play it after I play the Pledge Mage. I think that's better. Get an extra counter. I'm doing dinner at the same time here. Speedrunning MTG matches. Well, bad news is that flyer's an issue. Good news is when I cast this Hunt for Specimen, I can go get my own token that makes the that flyer thingy. So they'll like trade or whatever. Unless I draw a kill spell first or something, I guess. So I just made myself some really quick oatmeal and I'm putting peanut butter in it currently. That is what's happening. Or attempting to. The squirrel, huh? It is tempting to go double Pledge Mage here. I have to be honest. But, I probably should just do this. And grab... my own Inkling Summoning, I guess. And then pass. Oh man, this oatmeal's too watery. That's no good. That's no good. Of course. I knew I should have got the kill spell. I jinxed it too. That's the worst part. I jinxed it. I'm gonna die to this thing. No, I'm not. Yeah. We're good, actually. We can trade. As long as they don't have another thing. As long as they don't have a third thing. Oh! Okay. That's interesting. They're going with a Cody. If they have a Snakeskin Veil, I'm gonna be devastated. Alright. I can deal with that. I can deal with that. That's fine. That is fine. Play this and then play the other thing. Can attack with this, no problem. I probably should have attacked with it first, to be honest, but that's okay. Alright. Okay, alright, well, I guess we gotta see what Cody hits. He probably has some crazy stuff, I would imagine. I would imagine he's got some crazy shit, so could be pretty bad for us. Yeah, that's not good. That's okay though. Play this thing. Maybe it wasn't worth the 2-3 dying, but I don't know. I'm kind of low. All right, what's next? What kind of shenanigans has he got now? Okay, sure. Whoa. Wait, do they not have other spells? Wait, what? He just went through his whole deck. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid. I think. Wait, no. Does he not have other... I don't know what's going on. I'm doing this again, I guess. Well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still doing that. Because even if he puts it on the scroll, unless he has enough to pay, I guess he will now, right? Because 3 and then 2? Yeah, he will. Damn. That would have been nice. If I could copy it. Ooh. Okay. Still feel like it's weird that he doesn't have any other spells in his deck. Of 3 or less. Oh, with 2, so it has to be 2 or less. Oh, okay. I thought it was equal to or less. It's just less. Okay. Okay. I guess I just play both of these and probably pass. The good thing is here, if he plays a giant fractal summoning, I can bounce the token afterwards with our Aether Helix, which is nice. How much are we winning? We lost the first whole set and had to, this is our second attempt of making a deck and stuff. We won our first game. We're in this second game, which is a weird one. They have a special legendary dude out here that does special stuff. So, kind of hard to know how this one's gonna go right now, but I am definitely a bit scared. The good thing is I have this guy, which makes it so that they have to pay mana to make me not get free copies of all the spells they're doing. So they've been pretty limited to playing one spell a turn unless they let me copy it. Which is good for me. For a couple of reasons. Yeah, I'll take that, and then I'll take that after, I think. Actually... That's not really good until I have all the tokens, so I'm gonna actually put that one down and then draw this. I mean, maybe it's worth just playing both, but... I'll attack with the 4/4 now. Yeah, seems good. Seems good to me. Main reason I didn't do the 3/3s is that they can get bigger. He could like double block and kill, but I don't think that's worth it for me. I think that's a better trade for him. Woo. Though, you can't really play any creatures while this is out here unless it's like a token. I'm really hoping he plays this so I can bounce it with Aether Helix at some point. So I just get to copy that? I don't, how does that work? Oh, he did pay for the copy protection. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll get me a free spell in a land. Yeah, I'll do that. And learn. Grab this in case we want it later. I think that's probably better than summoning. At this current moment. The squirrel is bigger. What do I have in my graveyard? See, I don't really have any creatures I want to get back yet, which is why I'm like kind of don't want Helix, but opponent has more cards in hand than you, draw 2. Draw 3 if they have 4 more cards than me. Alright, that was crazy. I could play this Fumes, kill the squirrel, and attack with both the Pledge Mages, potentially. I mean, he can't play creatures right now. I think I want to do that. I have to exile a creature? Yeah, that's okay. I'll miss the life gain, but that's fine. Draw a land. If he blocks both, that's probably good for me. I don't think he wants to do that, though. Interesting. Well, that will let me Aether Helix back stuff. I almost want to have a way to tap this thing. Though, I guess I would just win if he can't play a creature this turn. So, that is something to consider. Because I'll just bounce Cody and then attack for lethal if he doesn't have another creature or, you know, whatever. Other stuff going on. Okay, okay. Pays for that, sure. If he plays the draw card, then that means he's not in a great place. He's like looking for stuff.
Yeah, I think I have to play the Aether Helix here, right? Return to your hand, get back Pledge Mage, get a counter, get a thing. Do you have something to respond with? Oh, I would have liked to have those back, but... That's game. Nice. Alright, 2-0. What'd I tell you? Sultai stuff is where I wanted to be. Not some Prismari or Lorehold shenanigans. Prismari can be good, though. Definitely can be. Alright. Not bad. 2-0. Making our way. Okay. Alright, feels good, feels good, feels good. I'm gonna go fill my water bottle because I just ate food. Apologies for the interruptions, but we should continue now. Yeah, one thing I'm glad is that I don't have this in the deck. At first I thought about it because like, oh man, I can make all the 1/1s with my mythic rare that I've never drawn yet. That'll be a sweet combo. Yeah, not worth it. Here we go. Game 3. Look away, clap. Yeah. Look away, clap indeed. I mean, I kind of have to keep it. I don't have any early plays, which is a little scary, but kind of have to. Top 35. We did get rated. Oh, nice. A turn 2 play. A turn 2 play. Oh, shit. It's our big rare thing. It's our big mythic rare thing. Alright, alright. Red, blue. I mean, if they have the... I was about to say, if they had the frog thing or whatever, like, sure. Would I rather they counter the Karok than the Symmetry? Maybe, because he might have flyers being blue. Wow, he has nothing. What's he got? A bounce? Ah, okay, the heated debate. Sure. What is this? Whenever you cast or copy a spell, target creature you control gains until end of turn. If this creature would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. When this creature is put into exile... Oh, that's a problem card. That's a problem card right there. That's a problem card right there, but luckily I have a 5/5, which is pretty good against 4/4s. But he has Pigment. So that's annoying. Attack with this. I don't know what I'm even looking to do here. I mean, I guess I just do this. Like, he doesn't want to trade his rare with my 4/4, right? Look at those art lands. I have those lands. I can use those lands. I just did the ones that the deck builder automatically... Oh, okay, never mind. This guy is a whale. You're right. He is a planeswalker. Okay. Okay. That's cool. That's the cool thing. But I do get to kill it, don't I? Oh, it's until the next turn? No, this card's broken. This card's insane. This card's insane. What does he do? Exile up to 5 permanents. For each permanent action, its controller creates a 4/1 blue. Okay, alright. Does it lose all of its abilities? No, it just changed the base power toughness. I think I'm gonna do this. And then pass. Player or permanent with hexproof can be targeted spells or abilities. Could I snakeskin veil that when he targets it with the +1? Huh. What does this do? Hold on. Can I read what this card does? How do I do that? Okay. 5 damage to any target and 3 damage to any other target. Okay. I hope this works, or else I'm gonna be sad. Okay, that's cool. He also can't +1 to make it a 0/2, so he can't attack this turn. Oh, nice, he drew the 2 cards. I mean, it's not nice, but it is better than nothing, I guess. He won't attack this turn. Surely. We'll play this thing. We'll probably not attack. Okay, so good news is... stuff. We have our rare that we can play next turn, our mythic rare. Bad news is he has 5 cards in hand. Mr. Mike over here, Mr. Dino Mike. So that's a little scary. That's a little... it's a bit scary, but... I'm gonna look away for 20 seconds. He's... attacking. I feel like I just have to do this, but he's gonna pump or something. Oh. That's not the worst thing, I guess. And that could be, that's not the worst thing. If that was the best thing for him to do. It's okay. That went a lot better than I expected. Yeah, it was definitely a trap, but I'm pretty low on HP already, and I really just want to get... Oh. That gets a Planeswalker back. Oh my god, that gets a plane... Oh my god, what the fuck? So he's gonna be able to kill both of my things with his 1 spell, and then he'll be able to kill my rare afterwards. Deals 1 damage to each opponent if you've drawn 3 more cards. You get an emblem with whenever you cast an instant. I think I have to do this, but I'm just kind of wondering, like, what am I supposed to take? Oh my god, his hand is fucking gas. I think I have to take the Planeswalker? Well, if I do this, if I take this, he can kill something or play the Planeswalker. If I take the Planeswalker, I think I'm supposed to take this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I take this? It's really not a good choice either way. It's not looking great. Is this an instant? It's a sorcery. So I would at least get 1/1/1 out of it, I guess. I mean, God, this is such a lose-lose. If I block, probably goes Planeswalker and pluses. If I don't block, I'm at 7. Plays a creature or something. Play this. Like, if I play this, it's just gonna immediately die. If I gain life, I can get counters on that thing. I don't think I'm blocking this turn. Not this turn. Because it signals to me that he doesn't want to play the kill spell on one of these. But now he has to +1 it, I guess. Flyer? It feels really bad to play something like this and only get 1/1/1 out of it. I can play this. Potentially double it up a couple times if I do this. If I do this, I can boost its power and toughness once to make it a 4/4. They'll probably just attack with a flyer and +1 in this though. Yeah, this can't do anything because of Menace. It's not looking good, fellas. But, I mean, kind of hard to beat when someone gets to play a Planeswalker twice, so it's not that crazy, I guess, that I'm losing someone playing their Planeswalker twice. I think really all it would take is if I could get them to use this spell on something. And then get to play the Witherbloom, and then I can kind of stall things out a lot, I think. Okay. I'm okay with that. They're probably gonna play one of these guys, maybe? It's not really a reason for them to play Pigment Storm. I guess unless they're trying to get that 3 extra damage in. Ooh. Yeah, that's a problem too, huh? Oh, wow. Okay. Well... Okay, that's good. And now I do this, and then he's gonna get to kill me off of it. All he has to do is use his burn spell, and then attack with his 2 flyers, and then he wins. Oh, he bounced it. He didn't even use the burn. Okay, whatever. He didn't need to use that burn spell. Okay. I don't think anyone can win a game where they get Planeswalker back and a spell that does 8 damage split between 2 creatures back, and then a 5 damage spell twice as well. I don't think anyone's winning that game with I think you could have given my my draws, my exact draws and everything to any professional Hall of Fame player versus that draw that they had, and I'm pretty sure they lose. Double Planeswalker, double giant, double kill spell, and a regular kill spell. I don't think anyone's beaten that. I don't think anyone's beaten that one, boys. Are we getting looped on songs? YouTube gets really broken and does this sometimes. I don't understand. YouTube playlists are kind of trash. So let me jump us up a little bit here, because definitely done this before. Let's jump up to like. Let's jump up to here. Have we heard this one yet tonight? Oh, no, that was backwards. YouTube, why are you so bad at what you do? We were at 500, and you just brought me back to song 300. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, that is weird. It did loop back. That's strange. That is a weird. Alright, I don't think we've heard this one yet. Maybe we have, but looks like we're stuck loading. Bring the desk down. I've definitely been standing long enough. Okay, so we have what, 2 wins and 1 loss? Is that it, or are we 1-1? I forget already. I've had to mulligan. That's funny because that was the game that I didn't mulligan, right? I wonder if it would have been worth saving the, probably not, I'm thinking, but I was thinking if it would have been worth saving the snakeskin veil for something later. I don't think so, though. If only the, yeah, man, that was tough. We didn't get any of our learn cards to try and draw, or try and get one of those other kill spells or something. I don't know. I don't think it would have mattered too much. Like I said, they got to play their Planeswalker twice, draw 4 extra cards with it, play a kill spell and a double kill spell card and get them both back. Yeah, that's pretty hard to beat, I think. Pretty hard to beat something like that. We're still loading, so I'm just stretching on the floor while we're waiting for it to load back anyway. Might as well do that while we're chilling. I think that regardless of what happens for this deck, set, whatever you want to call it, I think I'll probably call it there. Like, I was, in my mind, I was picturing I would do 2 attempts, and kind of whatever happens, I leave it. I leave that there. The good news is that I did win game where I, the one game where I drew my mythic rare, I lost. But the other games I won. So that probably means that my deck is okay. Is waiting for load best, or is restarting the client over and over better? I'm not an expert by any means, but seems like it doesn't make a difference. Or it's anecdotal, like some people will say it works for them, but like, how long did they really wait to try, and is it just random? Feels kind of random. I don't think it makes a huge difference either way, really. The only reason I would do it now, I think, is because probably like MTGA Arena, you know, memory leak shenanigans. So I might see how high my RAM is right now and potentially restart for that reason, but not necessarily for the waiting for server reason. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I don't think it makes too big of a difference. It's been very random. Sometimes I've gotten right back to the main menu after the game. Sometimes it's... I think this is the longest it's been after a game has finished. For me, so far. Yeah, no. I meant restart the client too. Sorry if I misspoke. Apologies if so. Sessions getting lost in queue? Maybe. It really seems like no one knows. I think it's all conjecture at this point. I think no one really knows. Let's see if there's any new updates to Wizards customer support Twitter. We are continuing to investigate the issue. Okay. Cool. Very cool. So basically no one knows. Basically no one knows what the hell's going on. Might as well do some stretching. Get a little bit of stretcherinos in. Grab some food, grab a snack, fill your water, go to the bathroom. All that good stuff. Go get your mom a card for Mother's Day tomorrow. It's also a good time to do that, probably. Probably a good time to do that too. Running mono red, snow, and casual to finish dailies. What are the actual daily goals? I usually play only every 3 days when there's 3 quests. I open the game every day usually to check the deals and then refresh quests that are 500 coins to get them to either 700 or, you know, if I get unlucky, it's a different 500. But I refresh every day, and then hopefully by the 3rd day, I have 3 750s and do that. Occasionally, I usually still try to do the Friday night magic event thing to get 2 free rares usually. And then about 15 wins. What does that get you? That's a lot of time, I feel like, for probably not that much benefit. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't actually know what the goals are. XP and gold. Yeah, I just do the every 3 days and like try to make it that it's 3 of the same, like 2 things that are, try to make them all 750s, or at least all of the same color thing. That way I can use one deck and clear them all at once. Otherwise, so yeah, kind of do that every 3 days. Sometimes stop, or sometimes mess up that by doing the Friday event to get, usually you can get like a rare or 2 for free by getting 2 wins or something. Do that. Maybe do a draft or a few whenever a new set comes out. So I have a lot of gold sitting around that I basically use for drafting only. I have basically no interest in trying to do constructed on Arena because it's just too much resources to do so. It's either too much resources or too much time compared to what I would think is worth. Like right now I could probably make any historic or whatever deck, but that's because I've never used a wild card ever so far. It is tempting to try and close this game and open it again, I have to say. The longer this goes on, the more tempting it is, despite it probably not actually making a difference. But this is by far the longest wait I've had. By far. Shit, might as well go grab myself an apple or something, I don't know. I don't know if you pay attention to Modern or any of the other formats, but you know, the announcement of Modern Horizons 1. And then, what was it, the Dungeons and Dragons set, they spoiled some stuff for that as well on Thursday. The, if you buy sealed product and totaling $50 or more at your LGS after a certain date, you'll get a promo Fable passage with a old style border, which is cool. And then for Modern Horizons 2, they spoiled fetch lands, which is a pretty big deal, as well as fetch lands using old border, which is also a big deal to collector people, I guess. So that'll be cool. I got myself a Pink Lady Pink Crisp Apple. A classic standard here. I think that's really the only Magic news I know about. Oh, there was that Urgus Saga, like land saga thing that was cool. Gold Delicious. I have Gold Delicious is the other option I have, but I felt like I just chose this one. Yeah, usually I go with Gold Delicious for my green apple, and then I usually try to get a red apple as well and switch off every day. I don't know why. I guess I'm weird, but usually the red apple is either Gala or I don't know if it's Fuji or not. Something else. It's definitely not Apple Crisp. That's the one that's like really expensive. That is, everyone says is really good. But the Pink Lady Pink Crisp is actually it's like very sweet. So if you want to try that out, go for it. But normally, I don't get these that often because they're more expensive as well. So usually I go Golden Delicious and then Gala or I think Fuji. I might be mistaking the Fuji for something else, but usually the Golden Delicious are like on the cheaper side as well as the Gala. So usually I go with those. Apple Crisp is your jam? Well, while we're waiting, I guess, let's take a look at this. It was on it's on the PIL from a couple days ago on the subreddit. You've heard the stories about the 100-day WGA strike in 2007-8 that paved the way for streaming royalties. Restarting works for you if stall more than 60 seconds. Oh yeah, probably Honeycrisp, whatever it's called. Yeah, sure, I guess we can kill the game and reopen it maybe. Probably get some RAM back that's been hanging out in memory leak wise. Okay, let's relaunch the game first. Hold on. Launch the game. And go here. Oh, we're waiting, I guess. You've never heard this story, how one heroic writer stood up to the biggest villain of the entire WGA strike. That's right, I'm talking about Taco Bell. Okay. The strike started in November 5, 2007. Shortly thereafter, Taco Bell decided to lend its support to the striking workers the best way it could think of, by exploiting us for free labor. It was called the Writers' Strike Sauce Wisdom Contest. The idea was that presumably bored writers would submit catchy slogans for the sauce packets, and 10 winners would receive a yearly supply of Taco Bell, retail value $260. Seems fair. You write their ad content for free, and maybe they give you 52 $5 coupons. But here's the key proviso that caused the whole harebrained scheme to blow up in Taco Bell's face. The contest was only open to WGA members. You see, there simply aren't that many WGA members. Maybe 9,000 at the time. The national contest was by a major corporation can't succeed with only 9,000 entries. Taco Bell wasn't going to spend good money advertising a contest so few people could enter. The few WGA members who had heard of the contest were justifiably offended, so naturally no one entered the contest. Well, almost no one. Someone at our weekly poker game had heard the contest, I think it was blah blah blah, and we sat around that night coming up with slogans. The next day we all forgot about it, none of us actually entered it except him. That's right, I entered it and began a year-long epic battle with Taco Bell that literally ended in a lawsuit. What? Oh shit, we're back. Alright, hold on. Now I'm invested in this story though. The contest ended in May and I didn't win, but I wanted to know who did win. The WGA is a small group, and even if we don't all know each other, we know of each other. So I sent a self-addressed stamped envelope to the address on the contest for the list of winners. The small print in every contest ever. They have to provide you with a list of winners if you ask. Oh, I didn't know that. Waited for months, no list. So in June I looked up the number and called. I spoke to a woman and she promised me she'd get me the list. No list. I called again in August, spoke to the same woman. She said she's still trying to track down, but will definitely get me the list. Again, no list. Now it was December 2008. The strike had ended back in February, but it's still I didn't have a list of the 10 WGA members who won the Taco Bell Wisdom Contest. I started to think that maybe there were no winners. I called again and a new guy informed me that there weren't enough entries to actually print the winning slogans on the sauce packets, but oh yes, there were definitely winners and he would email me the winners list right away. Guess what? He didn't. I guess I could have just let it go. I mean, I didn't need to know who won, but I didn't need to get to the bottom of it. I am literally the master of not letting it go. So on December 30, 2008, I sent a demand letter to the CEO of Taco Bell threatening to expose the contest as a sham and report Taco Bell to the California Attorney General. On January 13, 2009, that's a year, maybe, oh yeah, okay, never mind, because it's December 30th. Responded that said, due to the low number of entries submitted, the contest had been canceled. They admitted it. I was right. There was no winners. On January 16th, I filed a lawsuit for fraud. This is crazy. This is nuts. On January 7th, I received this letter. Congratulations, you were selected as one of the winner of Taco Bell's Writer's Strike Sauce Wisdom Contest. In addition to bragging rights, you earn 1 free year supply to Taco Bell. Congratulations and thanks for sharing your wisdom. It seems that magically everyone who entered the contest won the contest and received the money. In the end, it was easier to give everyone who entered a yearly supply of Taco Bell than fight me in court. They never printed the winning slogans on sauce package, which is probably for the best. But it turns out $260 is a lot of Taco Bell. It actually did last me a year. And by the way, if you're one of the other WGA members who won, I'd love to hear from you. I bet it came as a big surprise when you got that letter a year later saying you won. Not saying you owe me or anything, just saying don't fuck with the Writers Guild. That's a story right there. That's a story right there. That's a hell of a story right there. Alright. 1 loss. It's okay. We faced a pretty absurd deck there. That's okay. Okay, this is a good start. Hell of a story indeed. Okay, okay. What am I grabbing? Next turn I'm playing Cultivate, so I don't think Sciences is worth it. I'm looking at like Fractal Summoning, Necrotic Fumes, and Inkling Summoning. Kind of like the idea of doing Inkling Summoning. I also like Fumes and the other one as well. Let's do Summoning. That sucks. Of course they have the 1/1 flyer. Okay, okay, that's not great. That's not great. Oh god. So they're gonna put 2 counters on this thing? And it's gonna attack for 6 next turn. If I do this, 4, next turn I'll have 5. It's gonna be a 4, it's gonna be a 5/5. Trying to think long term, how do I... Play this next turn. Play this. 2 less if you can. Yeah. No, because that's gonna make it a 3/3, and that's 4/4, 5. Actually, yeah. Okay. I think if my math is right, this will work. Oh god. Okay, no blocks. Okay. Well, now I'm interested in doing this. If I play this, they're probably gonna... I don't know. I only have 1 fight spell, and I kind of want to use it on whichever one he puts it on. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna pass. He can only pump 1 of them, so whichever one he doesn't pump, I guess, is kind of the one that I'm gonna block. But this is definitely not over. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I see you. Yeah, alright. Well. If I take 4, I can fight this, play this, or I can play this, fight that. I'm not gonna block. Okay. Play the land. Green. Target creature I control. Fight. Which thing do I want to fight? I just want to find dies. See, if I do this, they're going to get to put a 1/1 counter on that, potentially. Guess that's okay. Yeah. That's okay. What are they gonna put it on is the question. Okay, okay. They learned for that, okay. I'm gonna hold back here. This is not an instant, it's a sorcery. They're looking for lands, I think. I think they're low on lands is what they're looking at. Next turn, I think I'm playing this regardless because they're so low on land, so if they play spells, I'm probably going to copy anything. I wonder if they're going to attack with this. Seems kind of aggressive. If they do. They do. Huh. I think I block with this. Right? And then I just have to play this. I'm almost guaranteed to be able to get to copy any spell that they play that does anything big here. Would have been nice to have that out last turn, but I think the play that I made with this stuff, it made sense. Thinking, I'm not sure. Depends on what I draw, I guess. If I draw one of the white spells, I'm probably going to cultivate. Or wait, no, so blue spells. Destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Actually, don't want to copy that. Sucks that the flyer is gone now, but gonna let that happen. Then gonna double swing. Think I'm looking to learn. Looking to learn here first. Probably just grab fumes, right? Land. Fumes right now. Just maybe aggressive, but they're still stuck on 4 lands right now. They must have some juicy stuff on 5, or maybe they need a double red. That could also be what they're looking for. Okay. Yeah, I guess that is nice that I have nothing to really target, huh? Decline. We'll put this thing out. Submit. Double attack. Cultivate. Grab a blue. Also, in general, just pulls lands out, which is good. Doesn't really matter otherwise. Okay, okay, okay. We might have something here. They got a lot of cards left, but it does seem like they're stuck on mana. The good thing for them is that I don't get the free copying of spells anymore. Okay, okay. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. That is a scary one. Oh my god, they're double red now. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Oof. Yeah. What creature are they getting? 3 or less. It's probably the flyer or the apprentice. Or maybe the wit. Oh no, they can't get the flyer. So either the apprentice or the other thing, yeah? Okay. I mean, I think we're behind. Because I drew a lot more lands. Usually, screw beats flood. So, land screw usually beats flood. Because they're just gonna have more spells to play. Maybe I should have attacked. Try to make them block or something. Now I feel like they're gonna kill my flyers or whatever. Probably. Probably. Kind of have to block though, don't I? I mean, I kind of have to, don't I? Wow, okay. Do they have a way to get that back? Why did he do that? He must have something else going on. Oh, come on. Really? Really? We're gonna flood out? We're gonna flood out. That's what we're doing? Okay. Alright, that makes sense then, why they did that. They still get flying. Come on, mythic rare right now. Mythic rare right now. It's not even like good. I can kill the 5/5, but he's still gonna get to attack flying wise. Wow. Flood out? Really? We're gonna flood out? Yeah, we have to kill the 5/5 though. Only problem... Well, if I kill the flyer, then my pledge mage gets a counter. And I can double block the 5/5. And I probably die to any spell that he has. Ugh. Flood, 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 flood. No. We even took lands out with Cultivate and we still drew so many. Yeah, he's gotta have a spell here, right? Just play any spell and you're good. Play any spell and target another creature, you're good. If he doesn't attack here, he's crazy. Okay. Any spell? Just play one spell, it's over. There it is. That's fucking whack, dude. Come on. Oh, come on. How do you draw lands like that? I'm not meant for Magic. My luck is too bad to be playing Magic the Gathering. The blue really has not done anything for me, but that's mostly because I've never drawn it. Whereas, like, I feel like if I drew these, I'd be in such better shape. Let's just do it. What did I just throw? I threw something away by accident. What did I throw away? Oh no, I didn't throw it away. Let's just try it. We're losing anyway. Doesn't really matter. What mountain do we want? Let's go one of these and Bob Ross. Wait a second. Do you remember this? Anyone recognize this? Hold on. Does that look familiar to any of you? Cause it does to me. It's the one that I have a puzzle of. It's literally the same one, but it's a little bit more saturated in color or something. Wait, is that the one that's literally done? Dude, I swear to God, this isn't planned. I swear to God, this isn't planned. Familiar? Literally the same. Well, that's cool, I guess. Did not expect that. Shoutouts to Bob. I'm surprised I recognized it. No, it's not gonna get sued. They did like a collaboration with Bob Ross company or whatever. It's just funny that that was the one they chose. Alright, so I have to take out a card. This art card doesn't seem that great. I don't know. We're gonna try. I just feel so defeatist right now. Alright. This is where we're gonna turn it around. We're 2-2. We lost to someone that had got to play their Planeswalker twice, along with 2 of their giant spells twice, after recovering it. And then, we lost to Flood. So now we'll get regular good games, and hopefully we can have a nice W. That would be great. That would be fantastic. I'm in. It's not the greatest hand, but it's a hand. Just do this. See what's going on. Oh my God. All right, Rise of Exodus is probably the one we're going for here. That's funny. All removal and 1 creature. Yo, we win these? I don't know about that. So the weird thing, what is this? His other thing. Look at the top 5 cards. Maybe a land card or instant. Each player puts. Each player can. So it's weird because I know they have 2 kill spells and stuff. They're gonna play this thing now. This is so weird. Well, okay. If I play that next turn... No, I was thinking of something, but I don't think that works like that. I mean, I do this. I think I do this, actually, and kill the token. This feels so wrong, though. I'm just thinking if I do this, then I only take 2 damage, then I play something, they kill it, I play something, they kill it. So I'm taking less damage over time. I don't... No, whatever. I don't know. I'm expecting they just play land and kill this. Yeah. Problem is if they have... See, if I play this next turn... Well, there's that. There's that. If I play this and they have a land, they can kill it and then attack again. If I do this, I think I gotta do this. I think I gotta do that. represent a shock. Next turn, maybe play this? Or play this and kill Professor if I draw land? Alright, never mind. I'm just gonna play this. If they want to kill it, they can kill it. These heated debates already looking better than the blue cards, huh? There's that. Now next turn I play this. Just gonna play this instead, because it has life gain. Maybe I should have just still played this. Okay, so they get back one of those. Alright, nice. Just gonna kill that. I think it makes sense to do that because I gain life, but maybe they just don't use it this turn then. No, they did. Okay, good. We actually wanted that. Now, please don't have another kill spell this turn. Just not this turn, please. Okay, great. And now we still have heated debate number 2 up. Alright, they're gonna get to scry though. So long term they will have good scry stuff going. And they're probably gonna be able to pay for Archaic's copying spell thing. Unless it's something extremely expensive. Oh, they're splashing blue. Oh my god. Okay, well. I'm glad I have this, I guess. Okay. Can't be countered. Importantly can't be countered. Yeah, it still benefits them long run. They're probably gonna win because they get to scry, and I didn't have any good dual lands to be able to scry with. Sadness. If I get a lesson card, I'll probably grab a fractal. I need to try to end the game. Yeah. I guess maybe I just should have double attacked then. Oh. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, hold on. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Wait a second. Still on second run, yeah. I think I probably just either... Is it better to necrotic or to summoning here? Necrotic kills the sloth. I think we want the fractal though, don't we? I think I wait until next turn. Because we want it to be bigger than a 4/4. It's not good though. Because he's getting these scries. Universal, you should have seen the first loss I had. Guy played a planeswalker. I killed it. He played like an 8-mana spell that killed 2 creatures. I hexproofed against one of them. And then he played a 5 damage spell that killed a creature. Then he played that white-red card and got all 3 of those spells back. So we got to play his planeswalker again. that 8 mana card again that kills 2 creatures, and the 5 damage spell. And it's just like, alright, well, okay. It's like, alright, I guess that's what's happening. The game has changed. The game has officially changed. Okay. Okay, the game has changed. Looked fun, yeah. And then we just lost the last one we had too, which was unfortunate. Yeah, it makes sense for them to scry on upkeep. They're gonna find stuff. I mean, they've used 2 Heated Debates and a and I got rid of their Rise of Extus, so who knows how much more kill spells they'll have. They topped that card. Okay. That's probably not good news. There are a lot of red cards that can do 4, 5, 7. Just lost a game, you managed to not pull any of your 18,000 removal cards? Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. That's interesting. He probably has some sort of thing, but I'm just gonna do this. Like, even if he has a pump spell. Okay, lightning bolt. Nice. Lots of stuff. I gain 2 life. Wait, why did he get a treasure? Oh, okay, gotcha. So that's 7? Yeah. I definitely have to attack with that to try to end the game, though. The 1/1 tokens are huge. This is gonna come down to the wire, I think, because he's gonna get these scries in, and he's got something he's looking for. Or she, actually. My bad. I always say he. I gotta get out of that habit. It's a bad habit. Oh, I didn't notice. Did they top or bottom? Until. Attack with everything, huh? I think we just do that. Well, might as well do this then. He might have like a team-wide pump or something. I don't think he could do 8 damage just with the Professor of Symbology coming through. And if he kills these, I gain 2 life anyway. I guess unless he gives something trample as well. But I still will gain 2 life. There is a red card that gives trample, I think. Wombology, maybe. Oh, I get to copy that though. Oh no, the treasures. Okay. What did you just do? Okay. Well. That probably could have gone better. What did he choose? 1-0 and indestructible, and then 3 damage to anything and gain 3 life. Okay. Again, they get to scry every turn, so we should probably end up losing this game. And then hate Magic for the rest of the day. Because my pool had some stuff, but it was definitely missing some nice things. They topped? Oh, that has to mean a loss. They topped, by the way, I'm pretty sure. right? They topped. 7 damage. I mean, if he did top the last 3 turns, I'm pretty sure, right? Ooh, a haste creature. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Block this, block this. I gain 2. I go to 7, and I'm at 1? No, I go to 9? If I block this and this, I take 6, I gain 2, I go to 9, I'm at 3. And I kill one of their things. This thing's gonna get bigger is the problem. I double block that, I take 4, 2, 8, I go to 9, I'm at 1. Oh, they go triggers on the stack. I'm fucking stupid. Oh, I hate myself. What the fuck was that? Oh, what am I doing? Oh, no, Chad. I'm the worst Magic player. I'm so frustrated right now. I don't want to look at you because I'm so disappointed in myself. I don't even want to look at you. Though, on the other hand, if we're gonna be honest, we probably weren't winning that game from that point anyway, right? We probably weren't winning that game from that point anyway, right? They were scrying every turn. We drew a couple lands. Even if we did the correct block was the same one that I did, except I needed the 2 to block the sloth. And then I would have this still, and he would have the sloth, this, and the dog. And then it would be cool to be able to see what I was gonna draw, like in Magic Online. Draw that. Then what? They'd still have 4 creatures out. I would get 1 token. Next turn I would get another token, and I would have to have drawn something. I draw that thing. Let's be on the positive side, say it's a creature. I play the creature, so then I have 4 creatures my turn. They have 4 creatures, but 1 with menace, and I'm at 3 life. Again, can't, even at that point you can't really necessarily, I guess you double block. He could start growing the dog, and that's assuming he doesn't find anything with scry and whatnot. I don't know. It still feels like it would have been pretty tough for me to have a chance to win here. I had 1 more heated debate, so drawing that would have been actually pretty good. That actually would have probably been a game changer, right? Because use that, kill the sloth. He has 3 creatures up. I'd have 3 creatures with the bug. Fuck me, man. Still, though, he's scrying every turn. I don't know. I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening. It would have to take some pretty spectacular draws on my part, I think, to win. But I did have stuff left. Like if I draw the burn spell, kill the sloth, his turn. If he attacks with everything, I block like one of the 2/2s with the 4/4 dragon thing. Block the other 2 with the 1/1 worm things, pest, gain 2 life. Next turn, maybe I draw a learn card, learn something to kill the dog, or whatever. But they would have to brick with scries for a while. I don't know how many cards they had left in their deck though. I could have checked that. Wow, yeah, that made me feel really bad about myself doing that. Because that's one thing, usually I very much play to my outs there. So it wasn't a give up situation. It was... Because other people, I mean, like, I've played people IRL and whatnot, and they're kind of like, alright, yeah, this is over pretty much. It's like, well, if I brick for 3 turns and you get perfect draws, there's a chance, you should go for it. And they just are like, nah, it's just not worth it on average, it doesn't matter. I'm like, alright, well, whatever. And that could have happened here, but it would have had to have been very crazy. Oh, Chad, I'm sorry. I failed you. We've wasted 40,000 coins. I don't know if I want to go again, that was the thing. In my mind, I was picturing 2 attempts. Do I go again? $22,500. That would put me at 30,000 coins. Damn, that's a lot of coins in one day. That's a lot of coins in one day to use. My pool was okay. It was definitely better than my first pool. My first pool I thought was bad. This pool was okay, but it was missing like a scry land. I had 2 Lorehold ones, I think. I don't know why did I treat that like it had why did I treat the pests like they were lifelink? That was weird. That was weird that I did that. Yeah. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do I go again? Or do we play some, or do I just showdown or something? Or just get off? I don't know. I feel if we lost and I didn't make that mistake, I would feel more content with just stopping. But having made that such a stupid mistake makes me feel really, really annoying. Take a 20-minute walk, do it off stream or something. That was a painful one. That was definitely painful. That was painful. This story was funny, though. That was a funny story. Do some pull-ups. It'd be sweet if you could use a draft token, imagine. That'd be kind of sweet. What about push-up punishment? Well, let me go pee. Let me go pee. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. I think I am gonna do another one. I'm leaning towards it. think that I'm pretty sure this is correct, and it's kind of funny that I'm pretty sure every time every time that I got to play my mythic rare dragon guy, I lost. Every time I didn't, I won. I'm pretty sure. So that's an interesting statistic. Maybe it was just because he's expensive, and by the time I get him up, like I was in such a bad spot. Yeah, you gotta think though. Ah, man. If I just had one Skryla in there, I would have been able to get in like 4 Skrys, I think. 3 or 4 like they did. And that would have changed a lot. That would have changed a lot of that game. Even also on their Skrys, they topped at least 3 times, I'm pretty sure. Lightning Bolt, Lore Hold Command, and then the Haste Dog. Maybe there was another one in there too. Oh. Alright, I'm not gonna do pull-ups, because that's in a different room. And my wrist is kind of right now, but I guess I'll do squats as punishment, if that's what you really want me to do. Was 50 squats good enough? Jesus. Without stopping. Whew. That was a decent cadence too. That's after having done a track workout this morning. Whew. All right. I'm doing it. All right, come on. Good group here, hopefully. Please. I saw a whirlwind denial, so that's not a good sign. Oh god, they're all different colors. Oh god, it's all different. What is this? Ooh. Okay. Dean is usually pretty good. Memory Lapse is kind of not. Doomblade goes with the Dean. Blot Out the Sky is good. That card's okay. This card's pretty good too, right? Spirits have Trample and Haste in 1/1. Whenever another token you control dies, if you do, create a copy of it. Set it to Spirit. And it has, when this creature leaves the battlefield, return a... You had your whole listed deck, then export it. How would I add my deck to that? Growth Spiral. Nice. Well, without having looked at any of the other cards yet, I'm liking black, white, splash red without having looked at anything else yet. Oh my god, I have 2 of those? That's not as good. Okay, well, let's just put those over there for now. Okay, white, Professor, that's good. Bird's fine. Pilgrims, 3 Pilgrims is kind of a lot. Professor's good. Defend the Campus is fine. This card is not that great. Blue cards, pretty meh. Serpentine, Curve, and Bury are good, obviously, but otherwise nothing amazing. Black cards, Remorse is good. Poet's fine. Dissector's good. Oh, we're short on black cards. Oh no, we have so many green cards. Oh no. 3 of first day of class? Ah! Can cultivate. 2 bears. Emergent sequence. Troll, field trip, mage duel. Elf, green thing. Alright, maybe we have a good white... maybe we have good white-black cards. 1 white-black card? Chat, no. Why? 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 Oh no, we have some okay red-white cards. What do we have? Oh, we don't have an environmental sciences. We don't have an environmental scientist to help fix mana if we want. We do have a letter of acceptance if we want that. Put this over here for the moment. Oh, I'm sad. Okay, well, alright. If we treat this as a black card, and we get rid of these, could we do red-white, splash the black? How would that look? What does this one do? Well, that would be kind of cool if I have a bunch of spirits. This kind of works with that. These kind of work with that. And then red cards. We do have one of those, a campus that is in black and white, so that's good for the black. But again, not many great lessons in the multicolor department. God. This adds mana of any color. And a cultivate and an emergent sequence. That's interesting. Let's see what the black, white, red thing would look like to start, I guess. Combat Professor, defend the campus. This card. Let's see what our stuff looks like right now. Debate. One of those. Target creature may block this. Pillar Drop Warden. One of those. One of those. One of those. This. We can play that. Can play that too. Oh, we have 2 of those. Alright, alright. That actually changes things a little bit. What do we have here? Not that many black cards, to be honest. Take these out. Keep that in for a learn card. Man. Our cards really got split up by the green there. But we don't really have any green rare stuff going on. And this card is pretty damn good. Whenever another non-token creature I control dies, exile it. If you do, create a copy of it, accept it to spirit. When this creature leaves the battlefield, return the exiled cards to graveyard. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty damn good. Pretty sure I'm playing that campus either way, but flying. When this attacks, next entrance has less. Okay. What does this do? Number of lands. This is interesting. How often would I even get to 4 white though? If this cost was paid, an opponent chooses 2 non-land parents they control and return them. That doesn't even seem that good. Doesn't even seem that good. They'll just return the 2 best things. I swear it does not seem good. Am I crazy? It's like they get to return stuff, but then all my stuff will get killed. Deals 2 damage and then puts a counter on something. Do I even have anything with 3 toughness? I have that creature, that, those, this. Okay. And I guess all the stuff that's 2 toughness, if it becomes a spirit, it'll be 3 toughness. This is not looking too pretty though. I don't think I would want 3 pilgrims. 2 pilgrims is more than enough, I think. Alright, my reds are this. This card's not like, if I take out this, then what? I'm left with learn. It's 3 learn cards. Probably more learns than I need. Create X/2/1 white attached creatures with flying. If X is 6 or more, destroy all non-creature, non-land permanents. So like nothing that matters. Okay. Because it's non-creature. Blotout is pretty sweet though. I died to someone doing that to me. It just sucks because we have all these green cards that just made it so that our black is not very deep. It's just kinda... And even then, our red-white isn't great because we're stuck with cards like this. Sacrifice, return or answer sorcery. Yeah, kind of hard for me to figure out what I want to do. Like, this card is obviously really good. The Dean of Shadow, really more than the Dean of Radiance, to be honest. Though, imagine having the Dean out, and then playing Blot Out the Sky for like 4, and then tapping and putting 1/1 counter on each of them. That'd be kind of hype. That'd be kind of hype. Yeah, this is a little bit too full-on 3-color. For what we have 1 campus and a rainbow. The other campus we have is that one, and then we have this stupid thing. Sloth is pretty damn good. It kind of is like, am I gonna lean more in the red or am I gonna lean more in the black? Or the or the white? Well, Combat Professor is really good. Pilgrims are fine. Doomblade obviously is really nice. I would pretty much only be playing this card for the fact that it's Learn. Though this also combos well with Blot Out the Sky. Not the haste part, but the counter factor. Don't think I'd be playing both of those. I'm really curious if I would even want to be playing this card. And then this card, I probably depends on if I'm more favoring the black. I feels like looking at what we have like some pretty nice red-white cards for mixed color. But then, oh, is this Final Fantasy? I know like you were excited that it was Final Fantasy, but Final Fantasy, I need to take those out of the playlist because they're very likely to lead so Final Fantasy is like the one song, the one oh my god, series that is most likely to get you DMCA'd for music. Besides like GTA where it's actual regular songs, but in terms of that stuff. So let's see, if I'm doing black. See, if I'm only splashing black, you would really only want it to be for the Dean, Blot Out the Sky, and like Doomblade. But the Dean is double black to cast, and I don't have an Environmental Sciences. Which is why I was thinking about having like the Letter of Acceptance in here. But if I do that, then it's probably going to be pretty tough to cast this, which is 4 white, and I have 2 of them. But this card's really good. Kind of also combos with Quintorius, right? Spirits, go all spirits. The more that I look at it, the more I definitely want white as a heavier color. Just feels like there's a lot of value and stuff going on. But then secondary color is the question. Also, I don't know how I feel about this card. This card kind of did work against me once, but at the same time, it didn't really. It was kind of slow and didn't do a ton, but kind of would be nice to be able to make anything into a spirit if I wanted to. And like kind of combos with that stuff too. Maybe I go red white. Some really nice green cards we're not touching because of that, but put 2 counters on a creature against lifelink. Like there are some nice black cards we could play, but I don't think we're looking to. So we're at 25 cards really because we have 2 lands. So these are rainbow lands. We don't it's why couldn't have I had the lands that I had in the last pool in this pool? I had like 2 lore holds, and I think I had a black 2 black white ones as well, maybe, or something. I'm just concerned about the mana issues. And I feel like I have to choose between going heavy black or heavy red. But I guess really the only thing in black is like this and Doomblade. Wait, are you seeing this? Why, wait, why is the mana different? Look at the mana. What? It's changing every time I go to it. It also doesn't have text, and everything's a 5/5. I don't know what that was. Oh no, everything's losing its text? What's going on? Wait, Arena, what are you doing? What's happening? I think I probably should go red-white. What the fuck? So I probably have to get rid of Cram. This is weird. I'm concerned. Do I need to restart the client? Did that fix it? Okay, that fixed it. I don't know what that was. That was really weird. So this is 23 cards. I don't know if this is worth having instead of something like I only have one learn card right now, I think. Or I had two. 1, 2. Only 2, right? Only 2. And then my lessons are, or lesson cards. Elemental summoning, that's a pretty good one if you have 2 red. Spirit summoning's fine too. And then some anatomy, introduction, and annihilation. So there'll be something. There'll always be something here. So I feel like I want more than just 2 learn cards. Okay. I know these both have learn. Do I have any other learn cards? No, it's just these 2. The first day of class does so little. Target creature blocks this turn. So this is like lure, but for 1 creature. This creature blocks something I do this turn, and then learn. You know, in a way, it's almost just like a 1-mana learn. And I kind of like that idea. Kind of like the idea of a 1-mana learn. That seems fine. That seems fine. I guess we're kind of... It's weird. Like, all the spirits and stuff, if we have, like, these 2 spirits out, get some blot out the sky action, and we have, like, 2 things that pump spirits, it seems pretty good in that sense. But at the same time, it also feels, like, slow, because we have these potential, like, the life gain learn. My only concern with that is that it's black, right? And we're mainly red-white. We are splashing for the Dean, Doomblade, and Blot Out. But I'd be a little bit worried about... I mean, maybe not. We have 2 black sources right now. I'll also probably put in 1 swamp. But we do need a lot of white and red. I'm also not completely sold on this card either. I'm like half and half on the life gain learn card right now, and I'm also not sure if I want this card. I'm not sure if this is too dirtily. I guess if I keep the letter in as well, that's already 3 sources of black. Kind of. And then learn. So I'm at 23 now. And that's because I took out... we don't have Agonizing Remorse in. We don't have any of those in. And I took out... this thing. Our kill spells are really just... Are Doomblade, Heated Debate, and Pigment Storm. Lorehold has worked okay for me. Great endgame, but not... Yeah, that's the problem. I feel like I do have a lot of other... I have like... Well, not a lot, but 2 creatures, 3 creatures to play that are 2 mana. Oh, this one's also 2 mana. 2 creatures to play 3 mana. We have a lot of 5 mana things that do a lot. It's weird because like half of the deck is kind of... Oh, this is also can kill a creature as well, so... Beginning your end step, mill a card. I'm always worried with a card like this that I'll run out of stuff in time, especially if I'm doing like... Well, I guess that kind of works with this though. If I kill... Well, no, if I kill all non-land permanents, that kills this card too. That's probably okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that card. I haven't played the format a lot. I did 1 draft, and I went like Sultai. Blue-green base. I think I splashed a black card or 2. and I like 7-1'd it. And then now we're kind of not doing as hot. Definitely not 3 swamps. I don't even know if I want 1 swamp. 1, 2, 3, 4 black sources. For 1, 2, that is a double black card. We do need a lot of white is the issue. We need a lot of white. So what does that give us? 8, 9, 10 white sources, and then 6, 7 red. 7 red's kind of low, isn't it? I like want to take out this swamp, but then I'm worried about not being able to cast this guy. I guess if I have to, I can always cast the other one. The other one's just so much worse. The other side's so much worse here. 7 red sources feels like not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pips. But white is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe we take out 1 plains and go 1 mountain, because we do have the pilgrims to go fetch lands, fetch plains as well. So now we're 7, 8, 9 plains, and then 7, 8 red, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 black. Oh, we also have this too, yeah. Feels kind of better. I might end up taking out that swamp. I don't know. I guess we're just gonna try and find out. I don't feel great about this deck. This deck does not feel 7 win material to me, but it could happen, but it doesn't feel broken by any means. If we get some stuff out, we'll have some pretty sweet spirit synergies and whatnot, but I go first. If we get a 3rd land of any color, we'll be able to play stuff. So I think this is okay. Because we can play this and then we'll have any color we want. So I think this is okay. Okay, alright. Okay, time to get a little scared. Okay, they're going slow. Oh, that's so bad for me. That's so bad for me. I really needed to land there. I really needed to land there. And learning doesn't do anything for me here either, really. So it's not worth doing. Oh, boy. Okay. Blot will probably win 2 games by itself. Yeah, that's the thing, right? There are some powerful cards in here for sure. It's just, as long as we don't, you know, we want to not get run over and stuff. If we have a chance to kill Ruth, I probably want to do it. Ooh, are they going to copy that? That's a pretty good one to copy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Yikes, that's actually terrifying. We're gonna need to try and run them over, I think. I think we need to get aggressive. Yeah, that's okay, whatever. I think I'm gonna play Sloth and then Combat Professor the turn after. But they did just ramp like 2 lands there. They aren't necessarily expecting what my 3rd color is. I mean, they know I have this that can tap for anything, but it's not like they know that I have a swamp yet. Whenever you cast a spell. Okay. Well, kinda gotta do this. Kinda gotta do this. Seems like a good play. Play this next. Alright. If I get another land here, I could actually first day of class into Professor. Ooh, a bookworm. Yeah, that would have been kind of nice, huh? Alright, I like this though. We will learn for this. Exiling Bookworm is worth giving them a card draw, but for now, let's swang. This has Menace. We're coming in. We're coming in for ya. They could have a negate or something, that's for sure. Even if they do. Well, let's see. If they have something like that to copy. I was thinking the 4 damage card, but that also works. That also kind of is fucking crazy, but hey. It happens. I think we got to do this though. Bookworm is crazy. And attack for 2. They got a lot of lands. I do have this to kill something and then deal excess. Then we got this thing to maybe get some creatures back and make some spirits. So it's not over, but it is terrifying because Ruth is scary. And why was the reason why I was thinking about, man, I would like an opportunity to kill that card, but... Do they have another kill spell to copy? Looks like they do. Another Mage Duel? Oh my god. This guy's deck is crazy. Oh, they didn't copy it though, because then they would have had to bounce. Nice. Return with the hand, copy target, and destroy. Okay. I'm gonna play this. And I'm gonna pass. Ooh, nice, a Pilgrim. This kind of adds some inevitability, which is hopefully good for me here, because they have a lot of mana and can do a lot of scary stuff right now. I'm holding this up, hoping that there's an opportunity for me to do something. Whoa. Let's see. You may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. If you return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, it gains haste. Okay, so they can do that at most. Okay. Okay. Alright, interesting. Thank God I was able to exile that worm though. Yep, so this seems about right. Do you have a spell to play that's 2 mana that you can bounce Rutha with? Oh my god, he does. You gotta be kidding. Of all things. Oh, he had it. Okay, alright. That's fine. That's fine. It's really not fine, because he gets to do 5 damage now, but that's cool. Very cool. -7, 2. Oh, he has Mascot Exhibition! What is this game? Okay. Alright, this is cool. This is great. Exile at the beginning of your next upkeep. So he can get back Conspiracy Theorist. That's a thing he can do. 2-1 with this, 3-2 with that, 4-1 with that. Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. Thinking we attack. If he plays this, I can burn that thing for 2 or whatever. And then yeah. Is 6 to do. Okay. Nice, we did 1 damage. Alright, so that exiles. Scoot, Score, and Mean decks are a thing? Oh yeah, they are. Definitely. So as long as he can't discard something that... I mean, I assume he's gonna play this. Bro, what the fuck is Magic the Gathering? Are you serious? That is so fucking dumb. Oh, that's so dumb. Guys, how do I lose these games? Literally, like, could have played his Mythic, could have played a Giant Fractal, could have done so many fucking things. And he has a card that can do 3 damage to any target. Here's what we need to do. Letter of Acceptance. And it's a land. Oh, I'm so fucking done with Magic the Gathering, dude. What the fuck is that game? How do we lose that game? The crazy thing is, if the flipping, that enchantment flipped for 1, life, we would have been alive. That is fucking absurd. Oh my god, man. I am just so fucking done. Feels like everything is just so perfectly going wrong at these times where I'm like, I got this. Even if he plays his mythic rare that he just got, I can still win. It's insane. These games have been insane how stupid they are. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What is happening? Unbelievable how insane some of these games have been. Forest and a Witherbloom. Like, universe, did you just see what happened? Did you just see what happened? And that's why, by the way, that is why I am terrified of cards such as Rutha. Okay, so what was the last thing you saw? They had Rutha and they copied they had like 3 things in a row that were absurd. They played a Planeswalker. They brought back their I guess I should have played that first, huh? They brought back... Oh, why did I do that too? I'm just making mistakes now. Oh boy. They had the Rutha out. They played their Luca or whatever it was. And they attacked with the Rutha in something. I had a creature that could block. Or no, I played a spell, an instant spell, the 4 damage red spell, to kill the Rutha. They only had 4 mana up, so I'm like, alright, they have to have a... they would have to have both a 2 mana instant and, you know, the other 2 mana to bounce Ruth. And they had the blue 1 and a blue -4/-0 learn card, so they played that, got to copy it. Copying it gave 2 counters to the green thing they brought back with Luca. And made it so, you know, they basically got to do 5 damage instead of 3. And it saved their Rutha. That's fine, I guess. I had like waited so long to try and find an opportunity. I'm like, alright, he's played so many spells already. There's no way he's gonna have another 2 mana instant that they can copy at this exact moment, right? And of course they did. Do I care about leaving? I guess I do this and then attack with this.
I guess I attack with both still. It was just absurd. And then, so then they had that, right? And with those learns, they grabbed Mascot Exhibition, the Mythic Rare Lesson. Okay, cool. Yeah, very cool. And then, that sucks. I really don't want to lose Combat Professor to this thing. Energy caster. And, so I was like, okay, well, I had the 5 mana burn spell that goes to a creature and it does excess damage to the player. They were gonna be at 3 after my attack with my bird. So I was like, okay, well. If I do that, then I burn the 2/1 flying token that they'll get, and I'll be all good. Actually, I can play this to destroy all non-permanents. That's kind of cool. But instead of that, they played the 2 colorless 1 red card that deals 3 damage to any target and learns, and then they copied it with Ruthless to deal 6 damage to me instead of playing Mascot Exhibition. It was silly. I kind of just have to block this thing, don't I? I assume they have a pump or some bullshit. They've been not really doing stuff for a while here. Wow, they just don't. Okay. Alright, I guess I should have done that last turn then. Okay. 1, 2. How much land do I have? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna crack this. I just need something. I need more cards here. 4 or greater. That'll be maybe good. Just breathe. Everything's okay. That's totally fine. It's totally fine. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Now's not a bad time to block. And then, I think do this. Yeah, I think so. Doesn't feel great, but I think that's what I need to do. Now if we can get a black, that would be great. I hate this game. Why would you? Oh my god. Oh. Why the fuck is the right side the lesser? Why would you not have the less one be the less side? That doesn't make sense. I hate Magic the Gathering. I fucking hate Magic the Gathering, dude. It's actually the dumbest fucking designed game. Arena is so bad. Why would you do it like that? I'm shaking. I'm so upset. I'm so fucking done with this game, dude. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Okay. Okay, alright. Breathe. We could summoning. We could also try and scry and try and find a black source. We can play the summoning right away, but they do have a 4/4 or 4/3 right now. But we're kind of dead if we don't, right? If we do the draw thing. They attack with all 3. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I don't think I've literally ever been madder at this game than right now because of that. I can't believe that happened.
I cannot believe that just happened. Unbelievable. The good thing is it's a 5-5 at least, but still, I'm furious. I'm fucking furious. Okay, alright, alright. We're at 8? I don't think we're at I don't think we have enough though. Whoa, that does that. Okay, no, we just lose. Right? We're just gonna lose. They're gonna learn for a card that's 2 mana, play it, probably give Zoomancy. These come in tapped, doesn't destroy creatures. That's interesting. Destroy target. See, this just won't even do anything because they come in tapped. Literally a turn too late. Literally a turn too late. Do I have to block this? Oh man, this thing wouldn't have even been able to come back. This thing wouldn't have been able to come back. They should have been dead. I'm so fucking mad. If I block with the spirit, what happens? I still have the 5/5, nothing really changes. Nothing really changes. I'm almost wondering about, no, I can't scry though, right? I don't think so. Can I? I mean, if I get like a 4/4, if I get like the sloth, how much land do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So if I do this, I'll only have 3 land left though. Probably not enough. Alright, very cool. Very cool. Isn't there a command that like auto pays this out or something? Right? What is this? 1, 2, 3, 7. I don't. I die, right? Or am I gonna live with barely 1? Am I gonna live with barely 1 here? These shouldn't. These should not have been able to come back. I would have been actually probably okay if the game. My God. Why would the right side not be when it? The way the card reads is like you could pay this or pay the full amount, and that doesn't happen. So I assume the right side is that one. Oh, 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 and he makes that a 2/2. Nice. So let's see if I block a 3/3. 2, 4. Fuck you. I want to punch something. I don't know. I want to die. I want to die. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Oh God, why am I streaming this? It's complete embarrassment of playing. Completely embarrassing. Completely embarrassment. A 1/5 would have been interesting there, funny enough. Blocked stuff for days. But what am I taking out? The spirits? Spirits have not done shit. I also haven't drawn my mythic rare once. So maybe that matters. I don't know. Really, that's just... I did this wrong. Which is very frustrating. Spirits. How much do I care about the spirits? Those work nice with the Dean. Those do work nice with the Dean. Maybe I don't care about double spirit. Whenever you cast this... Oh, that's a 4 mana card? I thought that was a 3 mana card. Let's try this. Alright, you ready to win 7 wins in a row, chat? I don't think that's happening with the way I've been playing today. 2 very, very embarrassing misplays today. The pest thing that happened, and then that last part that happened there. The choosing the wrong side thing. What do we want? We'll have 2 reds already. Kinda interested in doing something like the summoning. Just some big thing to have when we have 5 mana. Maybe that's greedy. Maybe I should have done the card that's the 3 mana Scry 2 thing. Well, that's not good, but so we get to do this. Ooh, actually think I want to do this. Target creature blocks this turn if able. Yeah. Then now we can grab this probably. Now I attack because I don't want him buffing his team and stuff. I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Next turn, Pillar, or if we draw a land Sloth, I think we just Pillar. Well, if we do this, we could draw land play the, I'll do that. Do that order. Do this, play the Spirit, pass. Next turn we draw Blot, and probably play the Sloth or the Summoning. Maybe the Summoning first, bait a removal spell? Ooh, okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Just play this. Probably play the Dean next turn. That blue, red, white. They're Jeskai, America colors. Okay. Sure. Oh, you know what's interesting? We can blot out the sky and then get it back. I wonder if that's worth doing. Right now, just get a... Okay, sure. 1, 2, we'd get 3 2/1s? Is that worth it right now? Or do we just want to play like Sloth? Maybe we just play Sloth first. We have plays to make, might as well make them. Three, 4, okay. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. If they had 2 mana, I'd be less interested in blocking. I think I'm... 6 damage. I'm just thinking like the Warden can just block it forever. Problem would be the Professor doing 3 a turn. That is a lot of damage. Attack with the Sloth first. I play this and then play Dean. I think I'm okay with that. Or do this and then play Warden? Maybe? Because that can block. The Battle Seer. And then honestly, next turn I should probably play... Ooh. I could have done the combo. Oh, maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should... I could have done Dean this turn and then Pillar Drop, and then next turn do a huge blot out the sky. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of them. That still sounds kind of nice, but we'll see. I might be... Oh, that still sounds pretty nice, actually. I guess it'll depend on how scared I am of dying. Because the Dean, I think, is a little bit of a longer play. Because I'll be able to keep making, like, these things big or this big. Whereas the White Dean plus Blot Out the Sky is a little more immediate. Still slow. It's like a 3-turn thing, kind of. Or a 2-turn. Yeah, 2-turn. Yeah, I think they want to kill me. So I think I just block with this because it has reach. I think he maybe forgot it had reach, I'm hoping. No. Okay. And trample. Okay. Sure. Fractal summoning. Sure. Okay. Huh. Oh my. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Land, I gain a life. Cool. I think I'm chump blocking with the Stone Rise Spirit this turn. I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so I'll have 4 tokens. If I draw a land, I have 5 tokens, and they'll be all 3 2s. I think I'm chumping with the Spirit. Give myself an extra turn here. Don't have a kill spell. Because even if I just hold up... Yeah, that's not good either, but... That's 4. Don't think there's anything special we can do. This just came in, right? Oh, it didn't just come in. Oh, he could tap the Dean here and ruin everything. Don't do that. Okay. I mean, I guess he's going for the kill instead, but... If I was able to get a 5th one of these, that would have been kind of hype, because it would have been 15 damage potentially. So I'm chumping with the Lord Hold the Princess this turn. Oh no, they're gonna tap and then just kill me. I don't think there was anything I could do about that, right? I guess if I just don't play Blot Out the Sky and play the Professor. I kind of had to though, right? No, they just win. Oh my god, I'm so bad at Magic. What do? Play Combat Professor there and make it bigger? That doesn't really do much though, still. I basically would be on the same board, actually. You know what? That doesn't actually change anything at all. Okay. Is that enough? That's enough with 2 combat professors, right? 7, 10, 12, fuck you. I'm done. I'm done streaming. I'm sorry. I'm bad at Magic. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like half of these games have been impossible to win, but I don't know. I'm probably just bad. I'm probably just bad. Oh, and I hate being mad on stream too. I hate being mad on stream. We'll raid some random person playing. I'm sorry guys, I failed you today. Really bad. It's not even like I didn't do it, I just also played bad. Granted, I really don't think that... Maybe if I do the Dina thing earlier, like if I do the blot out the sky thing earlier maybe, that's a different thing I could have done instead of like the moth and whatever, the sloth, not the moth. But that was not a 3-loss deck, but I guess it's a 3-loss fucking player, huh? Jesus Christ. Oh, the rage streamer. Whatever. Go watch a good player like Caleb, okay? Go watch Caleb. He's actually good at this game. He'll probably fucking win 7-0 like his second try or something. I really didn't want to keep going until 9 o'clock. Wow. 3 losses with that deck is pathetic. I also never drew my mythic rare, so that doesn't help either, but... I mean, that was just... Plot up the sky. Mythic never did anything. Other Mythic never did anything. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, what a bad stream. That just makes me feel like I'm a bad person. It's really not a good feeling. Oh well. At least it'll make Mother's Day easier for me, not having to try to explain why I can't go, why I have to leave early to play Magic. So there is that at least. Hopefully your Saturday was better than mine, my streams has been. I guess go say hi to Caleb or something, maybe. Later.